I'm aware that I'm supposed to be the one streaming, not chatting, Carrie. Thank you. Jean Bean, come say hi. She's like, I just settled into the bed. Why? Why am I coming on the... Fine. You have to address your audience. Morning! Hello, everybody. Sunday morning stream. A happy surprise for me that it's daylight savings time and we got an extra hour of sleep, because when I scheduled this, I was like, oh, I'm not going to get enough sleep for this stream. Yay! But here we are. So, happy about that. Not upset about that in the least of all days. I mean, I'm upset about it in the fact that I wish daylight savings just wasn't a thing. Anzi, thanks for stopping by and say hi at the very least. Hopefully we'll see you back soon. So we are picking up with the Milo build again. I've had more than one person comment to me that I leave off streams way too soon when I move on to working on projects by myself off of stream. And that's fair. That is a fair assessment of the way it is, the way I work. So I'm gonna try and do better. I was planning to finish the Milo build on my own time because I need to get it done. And streaming just takes more time, waiting on the days when I can actually stream, etc. But it was a fair point about the way I've been streaming. So, second angle, Gene, say hi to the audience. Say hi to the audience. End of last stream, we ended because I didn't have these parts. These are the parts that assemble the base of the machine, the table of it, and I hadn't printed them yet. I had been working on my own designs, but I ended up just taking Steve's designs that he sent me the link to. I took his designs and I made them into one piece. These are split in half normally so that they can be easier printed for a lot of folks. I printed these in one piece. I made them one piece and printed them on a larger machine. So other than that, they're pretty much Steve's designs. Like the emblem in the middle here really doesn't serve any purpose now because it's not joining the two halves together, but I thought it looked good. Steve, welcome in. Yes. So these are his pieces I worked on. Carrie, nice print quality. It's okay. The back piece is kind of meh in my opinion. The front one turned out pretty darn good. These were both printed on the same machine. This is the first ASA I printed on that machine. I can't discuss it more than that, but I was just having to figure out ASA on that machine. Just a different beast. Gene thinks I need to pay closer attention. You're not wrong. Ben, are you from Wyoming? I meant to ask that last stream, Ben. Are you from Wyoming or did you go to Wyotech? Yeah, knock over the water bottle. Thanks, Gene. I asked 2 yes or no questions, so my fault. Would have loved to see more on the VCore 4. I'm gonna have a video on VCore 4 before the end of the month. I'm gonna have a video on VCore 4 with my thoughts and impressions and some of the things that didn't get streamed, like the wiring, talking about that stuff. So I'm still gonna revisit. Live in Wyoming. Cool. I was saying it's my bad that I asked 2 yes or no questions, not yours, by the way. Yeah, I'm gonna have at least a video on VCore 4, and I'm thinking about doing like a, if I can make the time for it, maybe a print and chill kind of thing where we can just like literally sit on the floor next to the VCore 4 and run it and just like chat about it, maybe on a stream. I don't do that. I've never done that. I should. But I also really want to get on to my Voron 2.4. Printing these parts for the Milo, as I said, I printed these on a new machine and I had to tune the machine in while I was printing these, and it really took a lot longer than it should have because of that. So I miss my Voron 2.4. I could have printed those on my 2.4, no problem. Is the stream slightly out of focus? It might be. The focus is manually set, so it might be a little back focused. Hold on a second. You were totally right. It was a bit back focused. Thank you. Should be focused on Jean. Well then, get her close up. Julie, welcome in. I need my Voron 2.4 back up and running, so I really want to move on to the rebuild of that in the next video, in the next stream, after the Milo. So we shall see. Steve Builds, you're here. YouTube, with it being daylight savings time, is totally freaking out when it comes to times. When are you going live today? So that I know. So if you could inform me when you're going live, I would appreciate it. Because like, in an hour. Okay, cool. Yeah, because like YouTube was telling me multiple different times, and it was telling me multiple different times for my own stream that I set. So, is what it is. So I'm going to overlap with Steve a little bit today because I've got to keep working on this project. I try to avoid that at all costs, but I got to keep working on this. So I will understand if anyone wants to jet and go check out Steve's stream, and whatever. I don't know how long I'm going to go. I'm figuring maybe 2, maybe 3 hours, so we'll see. We can always raid over to Steve after that. I know you don't particularly, I know it's not a bother to you, but it's just, you know, a courtesy thing. I don't like to make the audience have to choose who to watch or whatever. But anyway, let's get right down to it with that being the case. We're going to be working on building a table today, or the base here. The Prusa XL, it is not printing, it is currently tool offset adjusting. Print and chill's awesome, down to earth, and hang out with the audience as it gets. Maybe even take suggestions on what to print. Yeah, totally. So yeah, maybe we'll do that on VCore 4. If I've got a lot of projects I've got to get done this week. So maybe that might make Thursday's stream easier than having to move on to my Voron, however much I really want to. A print and chill on the VCore 4 might make more sense. We'll figure it out. Daredockel, welcome. Yeah, it was tool offset adjusting because I just changed the 0.8 nozzles back to 0.4s. So that's what the VCore 4 was doing. VCore 4, the Prusa XL. Yeah, I gotta send some prints to the XL, so print and chill ASMR with the VCore 4. I don't know how much ASMR it's gonna be. That thing is not a quiet beast. It is not a quiet machine, but I am about to send. I gotta load filament. I don't have time for that. I wanted to send a print to the XL, but I don't have time to load filament. It takes too long. It's one of the joys of the XL is just loading filament into all 5 tool heads just takes time. Okay. Onto this frame assembly, or base assembly. Okay, so we're starting with, where are we at here? Ah, crap. I think I'm missing like a whole box of parts for this build. I've realized. We'll figure that out, but. Alright, I gotta grab extrusions. Here are our extrusions for this base. And these, oh, come here, baby girl. Oh, Jean doesn't want any part of this. Once the extrusions come out, she's like, nah, those things could hurt me. Screw it. Okay, so we got 3 extrusions. These are, what, 2080s? Yeah, 2080s. 3 2080s. That lay flat next to each other, and this forms the base table of the Milo. And then these printed parts that I just had to print, these attach to each end to hold those together. At least part of what holds them together. There is more structure to it than that. Loading the XL takes a long time. That's a first world problem if I ever heard one. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. I feel like I got a bunch of filament on my bench and it's messing this up. Sorry for the noise. I gotta finish this bench. This This raw wood is not good. Okay. So these three lay out next to each other, and these attach to the front and back. Okay. I just got to get some M5 by 12 screws. I cleaned the bench off for filming a project. Oh, Steve, if you're still here, I sent you a message on Discord about 3D sets part printing. Not that it's, oh, you answered. Okay. You answered. You answered it. You answered. I didn't realize you're doing a Reaper too. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I started printing the parts for the 3D Sets Reaper. You all here on stream get some inside baseball anyway. An upcoming video I'm doing a 3D Sets Reaper build for. So if you're not familiar with 3D Sets, is the 3D printable RC car company. Reaper will probably be a while from now. Cool. It's the 3D printable RC cars like Steve has done as Charlie's Angels with the 240. I'm going to be doing their hot rod. So the Reaper is their like hot rod pickup truck. It's meant to look like a Model A, particularly in my opinion. Dropping screws. Meant to look a bit like a Model A, but they call it the Model 18 Reaper. So I am building one of those for a video coming up real soon. I'm doing the Downrider version. Yep. I'm waiting on the folks over at, I forget their name, the place that sells the hardware kits. They sent me a hardware kit with the motors and everything except the batteries and, you know, the controller. But I had to order new servos for the Downrider kit. The Downrider kit, for anybody, with that, there's servo motors on the front and rear suspension that raise and lower the ride height. So, and some other, like, aesthetic touches, but yes. Yeah, I'm doing the full Downrider, the whole thing. I haven't done RC car stuff since I was a kid. I mean, like, I was never really into it. So I'm really curious. I've got 2 RC projects this month. Who supplied the kit? I missed it. I don't remember their name, but they're like the official supplier. 3D Sets, not official, but the rcprinter.com? Yeah, rcprinter.com. That's it. Yeah, I'll drop it in chat. But rcprinter.com, they supplied the hardware kit for it. Did you see my comment on your garage about the HVAC? Was it the one about choking the combustion air? Was that the comment? If so, that closet is not at all sealed. There's tons of air gap around the barn door, and there's a whole big air gap section over top of the barn door where the exhausts for the HVAC go out. So there's a lot of airspace to replenish that air in there. I appreciate the thought, I do. I don't think it's an issue at all. But truck looks like it's based off a 48 Chevy. It kind of has that 48 Chevy shape, but then the bed's a little more Model T shaped one, you know, yeah. Just want to make sure. I appreciate it. I understand folks are just looking out. So, yeah. That's where I got my hardware kit also. Yeah. Yeah, hardware kit looks great. So, yeah. I bought most of the parts I bought the files for the Reaper, the 3D Sets, 3D printable files. I bought them. The only thing that I got provided for the whole build was the hardware kit from RC Printer Parts. So, are you using noise suppression on your microphone? There's some sort of background noise when you're talking, but it disappears when you're not. I've got a print running just off camera over here on the printer shelves. And the fan on it's not particularly quiet. So and the heater is actually running right now in the HVAC closet. So you might be hearing both of those, unfortunately. I don't normally run noise suppression, actually, but maybe it must be that OBS is doing something automatically that I'm not realizing. I'm gonna check, because I don't particularly care for that. I don't like that. I'd rather, if y'all are gonna get a little bit of noise, that it just exists, because I think that the ducking is more... Oh, I know what's causing it. I know what's causing it. I'm gonna leave it on. I don't want to go messing with that too much. I do have a noise gate on. I forgot. I do have a noise gate. It's not noise suppression. It's that when it doesn't hear a noise below a certain level of my speaking voice, it like cuts off the microphone input altogether effectively. An aggressive set noise gate. That's exactly what it is. Okay, I'll disable the noise gate. I never usually use noise gate. I think I've got it disabled. Oh yeah, I've got it disabled now. I can see I'm bouncing right around 45 decibels. So let me know if that noise is a problem. Maybe we can tweak on that. And the part cooling fan on the SV06 is not the quietest. Does a good job though. So, okay, on to actually assembling this. Visited KB3D for their open house, and I was starting the warehouse full. I was staring at the warehouse full of panels and Milos, and yeah, it's interesting. I've walked around like West 3D and Printed Solid, just seeing the piles of things where I'm like, ooh, I could build that. Ooh, I could build that. Ooh, oh, I need one of those. Yeah. I've been thinking with the printer shelves, I had thought about, I should probably have like a curtain, but like a sound curtain I can pull in front of the shelves. So during a stream or when I'm filming a video and we don't need to see that side of the space, I could kind of cut off the noise a little bit. Had been a thought. I don't know if that'll happen or work or what. We'll see. All right. These don't quite lay flat on the table when you screw them in, so I'm gonna hang off the edge a little bit. Ah! Bonk. Gene Bean, where you at? I don't know where Gene disappeared to. Want to play with audio settings, give you a shout because you studied sound design. Cool. Or sound production. Awesome. Yeah, I kind of just fake it till I make it when it comes to sound design. Like, I know what sounds good to my ears, but my ears aren't 100%. I don't have very good ears after years of working in fabrication and such, so you know. Sound curtain would be good, keep some heat in too. Yeah, it's not as much of a problem for the most part. Most of the machines over there are enclosed. Won't hurt for sure. Won't hurt for sure. Put a little dab of Loctite on each of these. We're just threading into the ends of these extrusions here. I feel like this camera is a step underexposed. I'm gonna bump it up. I think that RGB light's offsetting my setting here. Woodworking clamps helps a lot with these. That's a good call. Let's step up exposure. Ah. Sorry about that. All over the place with exposure there. All right, now the other end. Good morning, Tor. Welcome in. BB's 3D, welcome in as well. Hello. First caught the stream with you when you and Modbot started. Want one of these, so I figured I would build a printer and learn to print first so I could print my own Milo parts. Cool. That's a great path to go. I think a good Voron or something build is an easier start to things. I bought and built a V0.2 and building a 2.4. That's a great path in my opinion. Cool. Love to hear it, Joseph. Yeah, see the screw holes are fitting a little tighter in this one because I didn't tune this quite right yet when I printed this part. How's it going? It's going. Just really getting started on this, so we're only, what, 20 minutes in. That's like a record. Usually we don't start for like 30 minutes. Turn this a little more in frame. YO Ben came in with a gifted subs. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships, YO Ben. We got Donald Sayers, Robert Rittenhouse, Gert Jan Brink, sorry. Gert John, I never know how to pronounce that. I always feel bad because there's Jantek too. I always butcher his name. MacBoy Pro and Junior Gamer Gaming getting memberships off of that. Boy, it is definitely a Sunday morning as I'm butchering everybody's name. Welcome in to the channel memberships. I found Milo part design is a little tight, which is good. Yeah, totally. When I've tweaked on my designs here, I have been favoring tighter than I usually would on a printer build, just to give them a little tighter tolerances. It's also possible that this piece I didn't modify, and I think I might have opened up the tolerances in the front holes, like 0.1 millimeter or something like that. I forget. But it is possible. Okay. Got those started. Now it's going to be the side pieces. Why are you? That was interesting. There's like a weird alignment thing as I'm tightening these in, but it's gone now. Okay, we'll leave those just a hair loose for the moment so things can kind of find center as the sides and the bottom pieces come together, and we'll tighten everything in once, I think. And there is our base, sorta. Why'd you move all the way across the country? I missed it. My father-in-law lives in the Portland. I forgot two screws. My father-in-law lives in the Portland, Oregon area. He's getting up there in years, and Ruby wanted to spend more time with him while she could. So we moved here. That's the main driving factor. And just a change of scenery was part of it, I guess. Forgot these end screws. I don't know how I did that. Just totally blanked seeing them. And I am not at all upset about it. It is lovely here. I went and had coffee yesterday with Reprinted 3D. If anybody knows Peter, he was in town for an event, and we just grabbed a cup of coffee. And he was asking me about how much I like it, and I was like, it's just beautiful here. It's freaking beautiful. Kind of hard not to just enjoy the space. I've been able to see Joel. It's early, so you're allowed to miss bits. Yeah, well. I've been able to see Joel a couple times already. I've been able to see Ben, It's Boy in Space, a couple times. I was up at Protopasta this week. I picked up filament for my Reaper build. Headcanon was you're running from the law. No, I'm only wanted in the state of Texas. So Not 100% whether I can return to Texas or not, actually. But that's, you know, that's a boring story for another day, probably. But I feel like, have you really lived if you're not wanted in the state of Texas? It's like everything causes cancer in California. Everybody's wanted in Texas. It's really not that interesting. I ran a stoplight and didn't pay the ticket before I moved out of Texas. Not even that I ran a stoplight. It was that a turn light wasn't, you know, between certain hours you couldn't turn left at some place, and I didn't realize it. I turned left there. That was it. Which is easy because, well, Texas. You're right. That U-Haul was quite the getaway car. Even I'm wanted in the state of Texas, and I've never been there. That sounds about right. Okay, now we get side extrusions going in. These are 2040s that slide in. I'm betting this is going to be a tight fit. I hope not. Good morning. Sorry I'm late. Welcome in anyway. We're only half hour in, I think. Yeah. Oh yeah, these are a tight fit. Especially with these prints, this back print not being so great. This is what I was really worried about with the fit of these. Oh yeah, the front's a lot better. I tuned in, by the time I got to the front one, I tuned in quite a bit better. Shrimp Father, Martin, welcome in. Me too for a seatbelt ticket. Okay, so there's some keyed extrusion, or some key points. Let's see if we can see them on camera here. On the ends of these, there's these keys. Let me move. And these extrusions are slipping onto these. So that's what I'm doing, is feeding them through all the way onto those. All right. Now this one. I retired in Texas, but the grandkids are in California, so never stand between a grandmother and her grandkids. Yeah. I see that with my own mother. Yeah. I see that. That's actually the next print I'm running on the XL is for my nephew and niece. My mother requested, if anybody's seen those little ghost dog and the ghost cat that I did, for Halloween, my mom requested some of those printed on the XL for the kids. 1 second, I'm going to grab a hammer. Genie, where you at? No. Dead blow. Just tap this. Sorry for the noise. I'm gonna go to the floor. Oh yeah, that was a way better call. Okay. That's better. Ish. Alright. Noise is not that bad. I always think the noise is going to be awful on camera back. Yeah, we're back in California. Oh, I figured that's exactly what you meant by that. I figured that's what you meant. Wasn't even a discussion. I mean, honestly, that's where, like, when Ruby came to me with moving to here to be closer to her dad, I tell everybody, I'm like, I'd be the worst husband to say no. Like, especially for me, anyway. For me in my situation, like, I can do my job from anywhere. So, like, what was I going to do? Say, no, I've got to stay in Philadelphia so I can just stay in my studio or something. Like, sure, I wanted to, but that was the only real driving factor. Wouldn't have been cool. So, here we are. I get to build a new studio, you know? Something different. I get to build a new one. That's all. Alright, now we gotta put some M5 inserts into the footsies. Also content. You're not wrong, Carrie. I'd rather be on to like some other content, but hey. Whatever. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Alright, now we got feet going on here. So, I forget what I did for feet here. I think I printed a couple of options for feet. I gotta give up a real nice shop. Sorry to hear that. I am sorry to hear that. Yeah, okay, I printed a oh, you're done, thank you. The Soval finished a print, yay. I printed Steve's mod for this. He's got this mod with a tilt back design. So the idea is the electronics box, like a Voron 2.4 on this, is inside of this base area. So to get to the electronics box, you have to flip the machine over, but there's not really a good way to flip the machine over. So Steve designed this tilt setup. So this foot has this back rest section here that the machine can rest on. And then he also made a bumper, this bumper piece that'll mount on the column around the the ESC, the motor controller. And so this will mount on the back, then you can tilt the whole machine back onto this piece, and these feet can get into the electronics box. So I printed most of Steve's mods for this. I tweaked on Steve's mods here and there, but just my own taste. But yeah, and here is my front footsie. Front foot. I just did I think I thickened up the web. I put the hex webbing in here, I'm pretty sure. And then I did a Hilbert curve black first layer. And then the rest is the Polymaker, whatever you call it, lime green ABS that I used for the rest of this. Now I gotta put some heat press inserts into these, I believe. It calls for heat press inserts, but does it? Do these actually take inserts? I don't know. Hello, welcome in. Electric on reel. On for real, sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna put them in anyway. Pretty sure they go in. I can always reprint these if I'm not right. The instructions say to put heat presses into this, but it looks like a bolt would go through it to me. Ooh, that's a tight fit. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of plastic in there now. Other holes bolted. Yeah, I meant the fact that it looks here like a bolt will go down through there. I don't know. Doesn't matter. These are clearly sized for these heat press inserts, so. But the fit, oof, it's a tight fit. I should have sized up these holes just a hair. I'm getting a lot of squeeze out. I can feel it and see it. That hole's a little clogged up now with plastic. That's one of the reasons I go a little heavy on the, or a little big on the tolerance for my heat press insert holes. Like I know Voron standard is 4.7 millimeter for a M3 insert. I do 4.75 these days. I used to do 4.8. I didn't really have any problems, but I find 4.75 or 4.8 gets less squeeze out of plastic, and I think it ends up, it might not be like as strong, but I think it's plenty strong and avoids this problem. But that's me. But that's me. Oh yeah. I think this is Steve's. I think I modified. I think I know what's happening here. I only do 4. Jeez. I know Stefan, I think Stefan's recommendation is like 4.2 or something. I understand that theoretically that should be strongest, but it just makes a mess. Is this a Do It 3, the motherboard? No. This does use RepRap firmware, but it uses a Milo board. It's going to use a Milo board. I forget which one. Fly CDN or something like that, I think. I put the insert into the wrong one of these. Well, let's pull an insert out. I shouldn't have put it in here. Fly CDY3. Thank you. Just harvest that insert out of there. Dang it. Keep dropping it. Clean it off a little bit. There are extra inserts. I don't need to do this, but, you know, whatever. Don't be wasteful. Yeah, Fly CDY. I don't know where my board is. My box of electronics is, I meant to find it before stream and I forgot. So hopefully, I hope we get to the point where I need it. So we might end up looking a little bit on stream. Pushing against a flat surface does make sense, but I can't on this. It's an angled piece. I could maybe set a backer up in there or something, but I don't know. Kind of can't do that here. Okay. You trash. I didn't do... What are you... Bill, what are you running in yours if you're not running RepRap? Are you running Linux CNC? I was looking at building one of these before kits came around, but I'm really at the point where I can't, I just don't have time to self-source things anymore, unfortunately. However much I like to, you know, modify, tweak, and do my own thing, a lot of things I don't have the time to self-source. Linux CNC, yeah, okay. Okay. There are our feetsies. Now they go into the ends of those extrusions we just drove in. Clean out a little. They use the overhang or the sacrificial layer method for printing these holes. I don't know why I didn't tweak that design. I don't know why. I'm not a fan of sacrificial layer thing. I prefer bridging. That's probably why. I think these are a little too thin for bridging. Okay. This is the front. The front gets these ones. All right. Two more. Ooh, that has a lot of Loctite. It's enough for 2 screws easily. Do you have plans what you're going to do with the Milo already in terms of fabrication? I've got ideas, but I got to see if reality meets expectation. you know. I've never run a CNC before. I've only ever done manual machining, so whether or not it's going to do, I'm going to be able to do what I want to do. One thing I'd like to do is make a new tool head for the rat rig. And maybe my own 9mm all-wheel drive kit for Voron 2.4. The rat rig, I'm putting the tube hot end on, and I've got the Luke's Laboratory sent over the tube hot end mount, which is a CNC machined aluminum piece, but it's just a flat piece. It's just a flat piece. So it's basically laser cut. It might be machined, but it is laser cut. Or it could be laser cut. And just the chamfering and whatever could be machined. But you lose, because tube is a little bit longer than the Fadist UHF, you lose like 5mm of build volume on Z. I would like to make a stepped mount for the tube. So a machined mount out of a little bit thicker piece that steps up the tube hot end at that 5mm, and you don't lose build volume with it. So that's one design. I haven't designed it yet, but that is one thing I would like to make with this. And if that goes okay, then maybe play around with building my own all-wheel drive kit. Oh, I don't know. Again, no idea if that's realistic. Should try Titans of CNC part of the Milo. I don't think that's realistic. I've been thinking about filling the table with sand epoxy. All of my electronics are in an external box. That would probably be a really good idea, I bet. I do look at this in a lot of ways and wonder if it shouldn't be beefier here or there. Zero, like, for what it is, I understand, and I don't blame them for it being the way it's built or any of that. But I do wonder, looking at it, could this be beefier, you know? Oh, that's the wrong side. This side. I'm almost out of M512s. Hope I'm using these in the right places. My understanding is beef is always better with a mill. Yeah. Mass. Kind of like exactly like resonance. A problem you can run into with machining is resonance. So like we do with input shaping on 3D printers to combat resonance, for the most part, machine tools use mass to combat resonance, giving that resonance somewhere to go and to dissipate. Because resonance on a tiny little tool cutting on a piece of metal can result in that same chamfer, that same like resonant frequency in your part. Chatter. Yeah, you go. Introduces chatter in some parts. Yep. So yeah. I mean, mass can help that. There is a ballast box for the column, for the main column. I didn't put it in yet because I didn't have it printed. I don't know why. I don't have the printed part, but I have to go back to do that. But that's a very basic thing that they recommend filling with either sand or epoxy granite. Tighten these. All right. Cool. Okay, so these have added side wings. I thought so. Some people were talking about giving their Milos the epoxy sand treatment. Don't know if they did. I know I was looking on their Discord, and quite a few people have done like a full column. I know a handful of people were like filling the column, not the ballast box, but legit filling the column. I think there's a mod out there that just caps off the column. You print parts, you clamp it together, and it clamps. It caps off the column so you can fill it, but Jose, welcome in, welcome in. Okay, now there's an extrusion that goes across inside of here. So we've got our base basically built now. Our base is basically built now, basically. So, it's got some heft to it. So there's our tilt back feetsies. And now we got to put an extrusion because The only thing holding these side pieces in place at this moment is the feet, which they're only screwed into the side pieces of extrusion, and this printed part. There's no hardware holding these sides to the 2040s to the 2080s. So it gets a single 2040 or 2020, sorry, a single 2020 brace that goes in here. Really feels like this should be blind. Kind of feels like this should be a blind feature. Whatever. I could also see a brace on the side of this here, because the 2040 overlaps with this 2080, but it's not attached. I could see a brace on the side of this piece that bolts both of those together. That's future ideas thing, I guess. I need roll-in nuts and some screws here. And 5x8s. Okay. I think all my 5x8s dumped. All my 5x8s dumped. And my roll-in nuts. Roll-ins. Roll in, roll in, roll in. All right, so a roll in at each end of this piece. It's heavy. It's heavy once you're done, even before you start adding mass. Yeah, I bet. I feel the individual components are not liked. I feel that. Okay, so there's a handful of these 90-degree, 20-40 angle pieces. Loctite. Loctite everything on a build like this. So the chances of vibrations driving screws and hardware loose is pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, one. Does it say where it wants these? It just says install the extrusion in place, but it doesn't say where in the volume it wants that extrusion. It 100% it will loosen every screw. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, loosen that just a hair. I'm gonna look ahead in the instructions here a second, because I'm not seeing. The instructions show putting the brace in, but they don't. They kind of show it a little more toward the front of the machine, but that's it. That's it. Yay. Okay. Me a second. I guess I'm just gonna locate it toward the front. For now. For now, I'm just gonna locate it toward the front. And that's what it's gonna have to be. For me. You can take a peek at the electronics layout. Yeah. Let me look back at the instructions pages. Assemble electronics. That should tell. Should be placed to allow the electronics, totally. Okay. It looks like they're showing... They still don't tell you where to put it, but you need enough space for the power supply behind it. And it looks like probably the main board in front of it. Let me get to emergency shutoff switch, AC wiring, main board mounts to the side. I feel like I kind of need to lay out the electronics. I guess I need to locate the electronics anyway. So I think we might have to take a moment and go digging because I don't currently know where the electronics are. I swore I pulled out the boxes for this project, but I realized last night that I hadn't pulled out the electronics box and the wiring. So I think we're going digging. 1 second, I'm gonna throw on a lavalier microphone and see if we can't go dig. And I'm also gonna have to add, use the main board as a reference. I gotta find the main board. But you're right, that's what I'm going to do. So 1 second. Gene, you're up. Yeah, go find it, Gene. I'm gonna add, I don't have this, so bear with me for a second here. I don't have my lavalier microphone added in here just yet. Okay. Which device did you plug in? Headset, sure, whatever. Let me add a microphone. Could you do a guide on how to program the motherboards from start to finish? When the next step of the instructions is to install the firmware, so we're probably going to do that once I find it. Let me add in my microphone real quick. I'm sorry for having to do this on live. I thought about doing it ahead of time, and I should have. Lobs. Testing. I don't think that worked. I had to jump into Windows settings real quick. Look for my microphones. Microphone setup. I want to add, no. Windows, your settings are terrible. It's nothing to do with sound. Choose your sound input device. Thank you. Testing. I don't think that worked. Oh, wait. No, it's just really, really quiet. I can give you the measurements. Thank you. I got to find the electronics anyway, because the next step after this is to install the electronics. I appreciate it. I do. But yeah. What brand tool chests are these? They are Huskies. I didn't mention it in the video, actually. Everyone's favorite Windows audio settings, yeah. I didn't mention it yet, actually, because I have the name stripped off of them, because they're, one, Home Depot, which I generally don't shop at Home Depot, and two, they're not paying me, so why would I say what name they are? But they are Husky toolboxes. They're the best deal in like this size of toolbox I could find. I want to say these are like $600 a piece. I'm gonna change something quick. I'm gonna try using the USB-C. These microphones have a USB-C input. I wonder if this is gonna recognize it. There's lightning. These have these little dongles. These microphones, this lavalier set that I'm using, has these little dongles. This one's to go into like a USB-C. So for my iPhone, which is now USB-C, it will work. And they also have a Lightning one for the older iPhones. But I'm on the newer iPhone. But I wanted to see if I can plug this into USB-C port on, on the computer and if it'll recognize it. I doubt it, but let's see. It powered up. It powered up off the computer. Let's see if that worked. Wireless microphone? Hey, I think that worked. I'm gonna put a limiter on this real quick because it looks a little hot. So I'm very sorry to be like dialing in audio settings on the go. You can hear me so much better. Okay, maybe I need to just switch to this for streams then. If you folks are saying this sounds better. The connector fits, it must work. Yeah, I'm gonna throw a limiter on it real quick just to make sure I don't like blow your eardrums out by accident. It's much clearer. Okay, well I guess we're gonna switch to this for the rest of the stream then. Cool. Cool. And maybe we'll just use this for streams moving forward. Okay. No. Less room echo. Okay, good, good. All right, filters. I'm really liking these microphones, honestly. For this was like $139 with 2 transmitters, this charging battery case. So like you put them in this case and they charge like AirPods or something like that. They're tiny. Oop, as I touch it, they're tiny. They magnetize. There's a magnetic clip on the back that like you just magnetize it onto your shirt. I did lose one of the magnets already, so that stinks, but okay. I think we're just gonna go with this for now. I don't wanna go tweaking on settings too darn much if you folks can hear me. Let's go look for the electronics real quick. 1 second, I got to make sure I don't do something stupid here. Let me do one thing quick. I can talk to you folks when I'm off camera too now. I've got to cover something. I don't think it'll be in frame, but I need to cover it anyway. Yeah. I can clear the print off the Soval too while I'm over here. Little bumper piece for the 3D sets build. What brand are they? They are Hollyland. They are Hollyland microphones. Let me grab the link for you real quick. I should drop it in chat. Got a bail, Steve stream. All right, Bill. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Have fun at Steve's stream. Anybody else? Steve's getting rolling with his stream any minute. So if you want to head out, I will not be offended. I don't like overlapping with Steve. I've just really got to get this build done, and he's going a little earlier. He's going a little earlier than I expected. So, dropping the microphone link in chat. This is an affiliate link, but yeah, I really, really like these microphones. I wasn't sure I would, but I do. So, okay, follow me. You would have. I gotta move the camera this way. See, you would have seen. I don't know what you're talking about. It's definitely not something next to the rat rig. Definitely not. All right, somewhere over there in the pile of boxes is what we're looking for. Field trip. You'll hang out. Thanks, Happy Manufacturing. I appreciate it. Come on, Gene, let's go look. Power strips. Trident. This is Trident and Merc 1. I tried to label these boxes as best I could. Should probably grab a box cutter. Not all these boxes are open. not all these boxes are open. This is definitely a time when I wish I had the OBSBot camera out here. Okay, this is all for the heated chamber Voron 2.4 build. There's a beacon I might want. I think I'm gonna get a new beacon for my Voron, my main Voron 2.4. The main 2.4, I want to put a beacon H on so I have the accelerometer function. I think. Actually, you know what? I could put that one on that one because the heated chamber, the H is supposedly better, isn't it? Maybe I should put that one on my main 2.4. I think I might rob that out of there now to think about that. Because the heated chamber build is going to be heated. Doom Cube. CNC parts. This is all Kraken. This is all for the heated chamber build. Click Clack hardware kit. Oh, there's a, whoa, don't drop that bed. An electrical cord. Sorry if any of this is like super loud or anything with this microphone being fresh and not tuned in. I also hope you can hear me and I didn't just walk over here and it dropped out or something stupid. These microphones have pretty good range, so I don't expect that, but I don't know. I just don't know. This looks like it's all the Trident. This is Trident and Mercury 1, which is what the box says. I just wasn't sure if I was lying to myself. Where the hell are the electronics for JLC PCB? No. I saw a blue box and got excited for a second, but that's not it. 300 cube Trident. Now this is all Trident and Mercury 1 and stuff. Which is exactly what the box says it is. How dare I properly label something? Where the heck are the electronics for... Jean. Jean wants out of the studio. She wants to go back in the house. Positron. Darn it. What a interesting stream, right? Digging for stuff. I'm gonna look in this box. It just says MISC. I know there's another box around here of Milo stuff. There was. Some power strips, a couple of banners, some heat shrink. What's this? It's not electronics, but... Bloop. I don't know what that is. Could use the heat shrink. Cool looking orange sled, yeah. What is a milling machine? A milling machine is a subtractive manufacturing tool. So it, instead of adding material, it removes material. So it's where you'll see chips flying and all that off of parts. I'll brighten this up a hair. Just taking a quick peek on the mechanical side to see if, oh no, did I put it upstairs? Uh-oh. Did it end up upstairs? Upstairs. By upstairs, I mean up that ladder. Maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. It's truly an authentic, oh, I see a box, I see a box. I just saw, I think is the box. Fun fact, the reason I think I know this is the box, now that I spot it, which is exactly what I was looking for. What I was looking for here is this box says Daniel on it. It's an LDO box that says Daniel on it. Because Daniel, Modbot, and I, this is it. Daniel, Modbot, and I got our hardware kits at the same time. And mine came with one for me and one for him. But his are both marked Daniel. So, just a funny Funny little thing. Okay. What was the name of the motherboard? Let me pull it out. It's a Milo Fly CDY, I think. Yep. This is exactly what I was looking for. Here's the board. Okay, little side quest over. Yeah, the board is a Milo Fly CDY. How does subtracting material help you build something? You start with a bigger piece and you end with a smaller piece. So like, one second. This is CNC machined. This is a CNC carriage for a stealth burner from Vitali. So I can't get this in focus. Yeah. So this is a CNC machine. It starts from just a bigger block of aluminum and you machine it all the way till you end up with this component, but you end up with a very thin, light, but strong part. And you know, compare it to, this is a carriage out of, this is a carriage for a Reaper, which is a similar overall shape actually, in dimensionality sort of way. But this is a Reaper carriage. Reaper carriage versus this one. And I feeling it, I bet the CNC one's even lighter and stronger, stiffer. So I've been happy you have hit the nail on the head of everybody who's ever worked with a Milo product. I've been playing around with some Milo boards lately. They have some nice gear, but not great documentation. Always the case. Milo just really, I don't know what it is with them. They can't figure out documentation worth a damn. If it wasn't for Team Gloomy, documentation would be a joke when it comes to Milo, in my opinion. I bought a MP CNC from an online friend. I was sitting in the garage, everything I need, but I'm terrified I won't put it back together right. Yeah. So here is our board for this project. I feel you. I held off on CNC stuff for the longest time. Where's my focal point? Somewhere about there. So here's our board for this. So we need to arrange, so I know where this extrusion goes. Our board goes, I want to look at the instructions a little bit. Assemble electronics. How's the electronics bay end up looking? Yeah, an overall picture would really go a long way, and they don't have that. Trying to go through the instructions and kind of just see where it's saying to put things. And 1 second, I'm gonna have to add this microphone to this next scene. Okay, now I got it added. Praise Team Gloomy. Most of my issue is they change instructions, but they have a few different outlets for info, and they do not change it everywhere. That's my problem with Milo, with every company that isn't Big Tree Tech. My problem with every company that isn't Big Tree Tech is they might have the information, but for like Milo, if you want all the information to work with a Milo product, you have to go to Melo's GitHub, Melo's website, Melo's Discord, Melo's Facebook group, and like Team Gloomy's website. And then between all 5 of those sources, you will have the information you need that Big Tree Tech just has on GitHub. And I'm just like, I just need a pinout. Oh, it's not on GitHub. Why is a pinout not on GitHub? Don't know. But I'll find it on the Team Gloomy site. But the Team Gloomy site might only call out the pinouts that they need. So there might be like one missing. It's so broken up and yeah. It is annoying. It is annoying. They make great products. They just need to It's one of those things in this industry that I don't understand. It's so easy to copy what other people are doing, but some companies just don't. Like Prusa creates excellent print profiles for their machines, but so many companies just ship a machine with 1.2 millimeter profile and that's it. I'm like, just spend a week. Have an intern spend a week tuning in like a 0.15, ChatGPT, have ChatGPT do it. Just have them tune in a couple of profiles to ship your machine with, and you're ahead of the game so much. Same thing with Milo and Big Tree Tech. Like, look at what Big Tree Tech does with documentation and copy it. Just copy it. Just do it the way they do it, because they're doing a good job. I don't get it. I don't get it. All these companies think we want fast 3D printers. It's not just that Bamboo made fast 3D printers and Prusa's made good 3D printers. It's that the whole ecosystem, Prusa Slicer, Bamboo Studio, all the print profiles, the material options. There's a whole ecosystem around these things that people don't think about. It's kind of the Android iPhone thing. Everybody's like, oh yeah, Androids are so much better, but iPhone has a whole ecosystem around it that just kind of works. LDO's documentation is absolutely like that. I do agree with that. It's my number one critique of LDO, is LDO has like their supplementary guide. They really just need to pay like the Voron team to make an LDO Voron manual. So I don't have to refer to the LDO documentation and the Voron documentation. I just want to look at the Voron manual. There's no reason that they shouldn't be able to give me the LDO version of the Voron manual with the pages that I need added or removed or whatever, in my opinion. Money is the only reason. I mean, I don't blame Jason for not wanting to spend money on that, but they should. It's like the only thing keeping them from being like the best. Not, they already are the best, but you know what I mean. What, you don't like to have to juggle 5 different guides? Yeah. Okay, so here's a Morn Sun. Is this for this? A Morn Sun 350 watt power supply, but I don't think this is the power supply for this. I'll make sure I didn't mix up stuff. Make sure I didn't mix up other stuff into this box. There's cable chains. Those are the cable chains for this. Here's some wiring, cable combers. Oh, let me look at the LDO documentation. Speaking of, let me look at the LDO documentation. Milo. LDO Milo. Let's take a look at the LDO documentation as we're speaking of that. There's probably almost certainly a wiring guide. Yes. Even the LDO specific sites have things in different places. Yes, from a Trident to a Voron 2.4 to a Milo, the things will be organized just different enough that it's annoying. That's neat. Sorry for asking so many questions. Don't be. That's cool. That's fine. I understand what. Okay, so the Morn Sun power supply is the proper power supply for this. Cool. Oh, there's an expansion board I forgot about. Okay. Expansion board, main board. Main board mount. Okay. So this is the right power supply for this. I just want to make sure I didn't mix some other kit, some other build power supply in here, and I did not. This is the one that comes with this machine. There's also a Wago mount I've got here somewhere. I know I have that. Power supply mounts. Wago mount. Wago mount. Mainboard mount. No doubt this thing's going to be loud. You are correct. You are correct. I have a whole space. The space you just saw me in, actually, where I was digging for boxes, underneath the loft. I'm going to enclose that space and sound insulate it, and that's where this is going to live, is in that space. I'm calling that the dirty room. So that space is where my laser cutter, that space is where my laser cutter is going to live. It's where resin 3D printers are going to live. That's where this thing is going to live. I'm going to set up a little spray paint booth in there too for painting models and such and projects. And so it's going to have its own dedicated ventilation in that space for the resin printers, the laser cutter, and the painting. And then sound insulation, because the laser cutter is not quiet, the ventilation's not going to be quiet, and this machine's not going to be quiet. So that room is going to be the dirty room, but it's the dirty and loud room. So, yeah. Okay, so the instructions are showing me to put the Wagos. I'm just going to follow the LDO wiring guide for the moment, and we'll continue forward with that. Then we'll get to flashing rep firmware onto the main board. We will get to that. We will get to that. Electronics. Whole new workshop view coming up. Yep. Once I can afford it. Once I can afford it. That's the hurdle right now. Because none of this stuff is cheap. And wiring is especially not cheap. And I got to wire that whole thing, drywall it. I got to find a sponsor who would pay for that. Or drop some new t-shirt merch or something, as we've been talking about doing. We were talking about doing like a t-shirt drop. A lot more rock wool. Yep. Only 2 walls. It's concrete on 2 of the walls. So I'm only building 2 walls. And it's concrete on the other 2. And I'm going to leave concrete and just put like some sound panels up because I like the look. I want that to have like a semi-industrial look over there. So the concrete works for that. But because the shop, this garage is like half underground. This wall behind me and the garage door obviously are like ground level, but then the house is kind of dug into the ground. And so the other 2 walls of the garage are below grade. Do you own or lease? Lease. Yes, everybody's favorite question. No, we lease, we rent. So I am either my landlord's favorite or least favorite tenant, depending on how you look at things. Because now this garage has more outlets and air conditioning, and yeah. Yeah. So we do hope, whether it's realistic or not, we do hope to someday buy this place. My basement is walkout, so dirt on 3 sides, but yeah, cool. Take improvements out of the rent. Nah, I'd rather just not play. My last place, the last place in Philadelphia when we left, we were asked, are you leaving the air conditioning and I added a whole sub panel to the garage in the last place because the panel in this place, this is the home panel right here. It's in this space, so this was right here ready to go. In the old house, it was 100 feet away on the other side of the house. So I ran a whole electrical service cable, SER cable, into the studio and put a sub panel in. I put a sub panel in and air conditioning and blah, 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 and an electric heater. And when we left, the landlord asked, are you leaving that stuff? And I very much got the implication of, if you don't, I'm going to dock your security deposit. So we left the stuff. We were leaving the stuff anyway, but we left the stuff and got our security deposit back. So, you know, they could have made that a problem if they wanted to. They didn't want to when I left the stuff. Granted, the improvements were worth more than our security deposit, but I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah. Okay, there's a couple of solid state relays on this board, this expansion board for the Milo. Interesting. There's an emergency shutoff button that goes on the front of this machine. There's a handful of Wagos in here. And there's our SD card for the board. Honestly, I never expect to get a deposit back. I don't expect, like we didn't expect to get it back. We hoped to get it back, and we did. So, you know, yay. Ah, wow. I forgot that the LDO mug keeps tea hot. And my tea is in here. I couldn't find a clean gloop cup, so. Wow, that's hot. I was not expecting that. Okay, Wagos go onto this. So you get some three position Wagos on the top. Andrew Rogers coming in with for the Drywall and Rockwool Fund. Very much appreciated on the super chat. Thank you. Every little bit helps. Much, much appreciated. Yeah, we're hoping to do a t-shirt drive kind of thing, like a pre-order on t-shirts soon to help fund the rest of his studio build out. So hopefully in the next few weeks I'll be able to launch that. I hope. You can cut metal with a laser at home? No, not really. I can mark on laser, but on metal with a laser, but not cut it. The CO2 laser I have is not strong enough to cut metal, only to mark on metal. I use it for cutting plastic and wood. And a 5-position Wago goes on the underside of this. Okay. Now the power supply. Looking at our instructions here, our Morn Sun power supply. Is it Morn Sun? Is Morn Sun the one that got hit with embargo or whatever? Let me hear you say Wago. Wago! I hate that I got that, Carrie. I hate that I immediately got that. Okay, so this power supply, I want to see what orientation this is supposed to be in, because there's one way that these can go on here. Like this. That song immediately reminds me of like junior high. Our school went on a camping trip and they had a dance at the camping trip. And believe it or not, my nerdy ass did not really go to dances. So my only real memory of a dance was from that camping trip that the school went on, which I did go on. And there was a dance there, and I remember that song playing at the dance because that's about the time that song was popular-ish. When did that song come out? Am I misremembering, like it being like fresh at that point? As I'm Googling on main. When did that song? Okay, this is the most ADD moment on stream in a minute. At least for this one so far. Came out in 1995. Okay. Junior high. That only would have been a handful of years after that, so. Sorry, completely disrailed. Listen, it is not hard to derail me and you know it. Rook, you sound like you've done this before. What kind of workshop is this? Definitely it doesn't seem like a hobby you're doing. No, this is my full-time job. I'm a full-time content creator. This is my second channel, Mandic Labs. The main channel is Mandic Really. So this is what I do every day, all day. This is my second time building out a studio dedicated to my job. So, and I also came from a construction and fabrication and metalworking background. So I've been around the block. Yeah, so nope, this is not my first rodeo. Not my first rodeo. Where did I put the expansion? Here's the expansion board mount. Mount for the, is it? No, that's not the expansion board mount. This is the expansion board mount. Boop. Little mount for the expansion board here. It don't think it really matters which way this one goes. Now I need some screws, some self-tapping screws. I saw them in here. Nope, those are 2.5s. M2x10s? No. It's calling for, oh, they just want you to tap into the plastic with M3x8s. I'm looking for the wrong thing. I'm gonna pull these out anyway. M3x8, where are you at? M3x5. I'm off to go watch some fireworks while we celebrate somebody trying to overthrow our government. Have fun with that, Carrie. You know, that is forever a interesting concept to me. So have fun with that. Thanks for stopping by, Carrie. I'm dumping a whole bunch of stuff off the workbench. It's a very UK celebration. Yeah, no it is. I get that. I get that. Okay, now M3x8s into, I don't love that these just thread into plastic, but I wish there were a few more inserts. Dark Third Dimension, you're in the UK? I didn't realize. I have it, well, Sunday streams especially, but I do have a surprisingly large audience in the UK, and it always kind of catches me off guard. That in the EU, this channel more so than Mandic really, I think, but or maybe it's just the Scottish born and bred. Ah, okay. My father-in-law is from Scotland. My father-in-law is from Scotland. I forget where. I forget where. Vinny, you're in the UK as well, all right. All right, preparing the main board. Refer to the instructions here real quick. I've proven not to be reliable on the subject of, I suspect Brits like your sideburns. That's it. You figured it out. You figured out the key. Okay. I'm gonna look at this main board. They want me to put a couple of jumpers. You want to put jumpers on the motor? Add 2 jumpers to short the Z2 port. That's weird. Do I need to set my profile as a Scottish flag? No, because we're American, we would forget what a Scottish flag looked like. I know the Welsh one. My mother-in-law is Welsh. Ruby is first generation American citizen. So my mother-in-law is Welsh and my father-in-law is Scottish. 1, 2, 3, 4. White cross and blue. Okay, now that you say that, I would recognize it if I saw it. You're right. If I did see that, I would recognize it now that you say it. But see, when you ask me offhand, I wouldn't have been able to tell you. But if you showed it to me, I would have gotten that. Though I think I might mix it up with the Finnish flag. Am I wrong about that? Probably. Finnish flag is blue cross on white background. Ha 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 ha. Scottish flag, white. Okay, I might have mixed that up. I might have mixed that up. Don't know. Don't know. I'm only second generation German, so my grandfather was from Germany. My grandfather was from Germany. Add jumpers wherever the yellows are indicated and insert fuse. Okay. Okay. Jumpers, jumpers, jumpers. Where'd I put the rest of the jumpers? I just had them. Oh, they're right here in front of me. Okay. Yeah, I tried to look into whether or not I could get German citizenship. Around 2016, no, not 2016, 2020, I was looking if I could get German citizenship for no particular reason. But my mother would have to get it first, and then I could get it. But I don't think she has any interest in going through that. And Germany is a little more patriarchal, so even then it wouldn't be a guarantee. If it was my dad's side of the family, it'd be a guarantee. But it's my mother's, so. My dad's family's been in the U.S. since 1800s at least, so. There's also the red dragon on yellow background. Isn't that the, oh, not yellow, not the red dragon, the yellow background. I'm thinking the Welsh flag is the red dragon on the green background. Sorry, I've just got to put, I'm just going to leave this kind of up here for you folks. I'm just putting these, wherever the yellow is on that, that map of the board is where I'm putting jumpers right now. Well, no, I do. I was going to say, I don't really get why these don't just come pre-jumpered, but I guess I understand. This is a tedious process for them to do while putting this stuff in a box. Yeah, I have no idea. I don't 100% know what my dad's side of the family is. I always say Croatian, but I don't actually know that to be true. That's my go-to answer, but I don't actually know it to be true. That's where our name is most common. That's all I know. Okay, so there's these handful of little jumpery doodads. No exciting family here. Been here since the Mayflower-ish. Yeah, I mean, hey, that's interesting in its own right, Julie. That's interesting in its own right. I think. But what do I know? There's these jumper pieces that go... These PCBs I have to break apart. Boy, this one feels tight. I hope I don't break something. Alright, there's little PCB jumpers. Go on here. Where did I just put the... There it is. I'm getting inundated with text messages. I have a coworker whose surname is Mandish, and he's Croat. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Yeah, definitely where our name is the most common. My dad always told us we were Czechoslovakian. No, I'm sorry, not Czechoslovakian. Yugoslavian. My dad told me when I was a kid we were Yugoslavian, and I'm like, and it took me a few years to realize Yugoslavia wasn't a country when he told me that, and it definitely wasn't a country when our family moved to the US. So... Alright, blue is where a fuse goes. The fuse is already there. Cool. Alright, FET modules are not installed. I got those in place. Let me just double check this, make sure I got everything where I want it. 90% sure I did. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. 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 Okay. Cool. All of these are on, so now the main board goes on to its mounting piece. This piece here. This piece. Main board goes, what orientation? With the terminal blocks facing that way. Oh, I could have just looked. The screw holes line up in a certain way. Oops. Could have just looked at that. M2 by 10s. Here we go. I put those right here. I'm imagining it probably takes a few hours for the simplest project with this. You are totally correct. CNC machining, at least on a machine this size, is not going to be a fast process. Yes, it would not be a fast process on a machine like this. All right, some little self-threading screws that go into each of these holes. They call for M2 by 10, but these holes are like M2.5 by 10, or M2.5. They could have gone a little bigger on this. Even M3. I think those are M3 holes. Oh well. I guess for misalignment they went with M2. I'm imagining it's like diamond tipped blades or something. No, it is carbide cutters. So they are like a little hard to explain. Actually, we probably have some of them here in the kit. I know we have some of them here in the kit. Well, I'll take a look for them at some point. Not fast and making a lot of noise about it working. Sounds like the UK government. From an outside perspective, it sounds like all governments actually though. Sounds like all governments. I trailed off when I was saying it earlier. My phone keeps blowing up with text messages asking me to vote because I used to be registered as a Pennsylvania voter, and Pennsylvania is a very big battleground state this year. So, understandably, my phone keeps blowing up saying, "Hey, have you voted yet? Hey, have you voted yet?" Okay. All right. Silly question. Does the mill use an STL file that you produce in Fusion, or is it another format? Not STLs. You work with step files, and you work in Fusion, actually. So instead of a slicer, you have a toolpath generator. CAM is the proper term for it. I forget what it stands for. Computer-aided something. So use CAM software, which is built into Fusion. So Fusion is the primary one folks use for this. It's the recommended one anyway. And it creates toolpaths, which are like it's G-code, but it's like our G-code in a slicer. The CAM creates the G-code to tell it where to cut, when to cut, how fast to cut, how fast to spin the head, all that. I'm registered as independent, so I've been getting tons of voting spam mail. Oh, I'm sure you're getting everything. They are hot to get you. But yeah, you primarily work with step files, not STLs. I guess you might be able to work with meshes, but I think it would really get messy. Okay. Ooh, did I print the tool setter parts? I don't see the tool setter print parts. I'm preheating the Prusa because I don't see a part. We've got plenty of other stuff we can work on. So I'm gonna get this preheating so we can print that. I don't see the printed part for the tool setter. Yeah, so I'm going to go back and grab. What's the volume on this machine? I honestly don't remember. Let me look it up real quick. Oh, actually, it's on the LDO page. working envelope is 340 by 160 by 120 millimeters. So I'm pretty sure that's 340 on the x-axis, 160 on the y-axis, and 120 millimeters on the z. Okay, guides. I don't want the wiring guide. I want the printed parts guide. LDO, your website. Okay, where's the tools? I need the, I didn't print the tool setter. STL. Download it quick and get it sliced up for printing on the Prusa back there. Good enough to build some 3D printer parts. That's exactly, yeah. Yep. A good enough size, totally good enough size to print 3D, or to machine 3D printer parts. I mean, you figure most 3D printer parts you're probably going to want to make are significantly smaller than that envelope. So, yeah. Ooh, there's a fun idea. That's a big enough envelope you could like CNC machine a gantry for a V0. Some thoughts there. Open another Prusa slicer window. Yeah, there's no good answer to the voting thing. Like when we have, I see Dark Third Dimension talking about London voting out Scotland, outvoting Scotland. Not to get political in the stream here, but just a high level concept of like, we have the Electoral College, so that's why Pennsylvania is such a battleground, or they're so hot for Pennsylvania, because it could tip the election if whoever wins Pennsylvania. And because of the Electoral College, and just, oh, I do not like this part. Folks, I don't like this part. We might be diving into CAD here in the stream. I think we're about to dive into Fusion. I want to tweak on this part. I can't help myself. 1 second. Never run out of nails, screws, and whatever. Now do you have this? Yeah. And when we do the tube in the rat rig, I don't know. I've got a bunch of sponsor videos I got to get done. Before the end of the month, I'm hoping. I'm actually trying to find a sponsor for that video. If I can find a sponsor for that video, it's a whole lot easier for me to justify. So hopefully I find that soon. I think I might have one. What I don't like about this model, what I don't like is this underside requires either support or a ton of bridging. And I think that could be like way better tweaked. So let me just download the CAD for this real quick, and we'll jump into Fusion and make a quick change, because my brain won't let me. I got a brain tickle about it. Launching Fusion. Sorry for the infinite chat for a second here. I'm just trying to get it so you folks will be able to see Fusion while I work. Now I will just crop this down to Fusion. Only Fusion. Okay. Now we can work. Ah, dang it. I gotta... Okay, now we can work. Turtles all the way down. All right. Let me find my printer projects. Ooh, I hope I don't do something stupid here. Milo. Good, I don't have to go too far. Okay, well, nope. Upload. Looks like a start of a Doctor Who episode. You're not wrong. CAD. That's a good name for a step file. CAD. We're uploading this tool setter piece. I'm gonna move this window a little bit so I'm a little more centered. Uploading this tool setter piece. We'll see how long this takes. Fusion, you take forever to upload even a simple piece sometimes. Anybody not familiar, a tool setter is basically a Z probe for your tool to set Z offset for your tool. This kit comes with it's a mod for this project. You don't have to use it. You can manually set that, like manually leveling a printer. But this does come with the mod. And I just want to tweak this part before I print it. So, Sex bolt tool setter, one's exploded view, one is not. I'm going to take the exploded view. I'm going to grab the housing out of it because I want to tweak on the printable housing. Modify, move. I'm just going to move this out of the way so like these other parts aren't in the way while I'm trying to work on this. 100 millimeters. Boop. Okay. What I don't like about this part is this underside here requires support because it's just such a big area, and then it makes a 90-degree turn around this opening for the wiring to pass through. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a sketch on this face. This is such a simple modification that I'm about to make, but it'll work. So I'm going to draw a line where this section is, where this cutout is. I'm going to cut off this base area there. Now I'm going to create a rectangle off of that is 2.25 millimeter wide. That's 4 extrusion widths. Is that 4? That's 5 extrusion widths. Let's make that 1.8. 1.8 is 4 extrusion widths. Make it a 1.8, and now this other end I'm going to offset by that same amount, 1.8. So what I'm doing is I'm creating bridging in here. I'm creating bridging points in here so that the slicer will be forced to create a bridge. And, oh, I just realized that there's no hole in here because they're using the bridging method in there, it looks like. Interesting. So I'm kind of defeating some of their intention with what I'm about to do, but let's see how this works out. And all I'm going to do is minus this by 0.2 millimeter. Yeah. And now what I've done is I've created a point where when this is 3D printed, the slicer will bridge across this line at both ends, and then the in-between area here, it will bridge this way. I just want to take a look deeper into this model real quick. So I'm going to use inspect. I want to use inspect. I'm going to do the inspect menu, and where's my analysis? Section analysis. I'm going to select this bottom face, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut my way through this model without actually cutting it, so I can view inside. Yeah, see, there's this point where it steps. I think 9.2, 0.4. Okay, I'm gonna leave that. I don't love it, but I don't want to spend an hour tweaking on this design, so I'm gonna leave it. I don't 100% love the way they're doing this. They're using sacrificial layers to do this design. So this area here, you can see this is solid, but if you look at it from the top, there's a hole here, and that hole has to pass through. So what they're doing is they're printing a layer. It's like a layer, maybe 2 layers thick, and you just have to go in there and punch it out to get the hole to pass through it. It's a method. I don't like the method, but it's a method. It's a method. I don't like these chamfers. I got to delete all of them. I want a different chamfer on these parts. I prefer a steeper chamfer than like everybody else. Or most designers. Most designers use a 45-degree chamfer. Dang it. I didn't select enough of them. Most designers use a 45-degree chamfer on parts like this. I do not. Sorry for the super close-up view of this. With this small window, it's a little hard. In the studio, I've been using a TV as a monitor. So like half of my monitor right now is OBS. The other half of my monitor is Fusion. So, sorry. Okay, deleted all that chamfer. I like a steeper chamfer on my parts. I like a 60-degree chamfer. So 1/2 generally, ish. It's not exactly 1/2, but I do 1/2 for my chamfer, and that'll make sense in a second. Most folks, when they're designing parts like this, they'll do like a 0.4 millimeter chamfer, which is a 45-degree. It'll be 0.4 by 0.4. Petty Ruxpin, welcome in. Most folks will do that. I personally like 0.4 over 0.8. Dang it, didn't delete properly. Fusion, your complications with chamfers, I must have missed one. I don't understand what you're asking of me. I'm asking you to delete. Just delete. It's not that hard. Simplest operations sometimes, just like Fusion's like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. Who are you? Why are you here? Somebody near you is giving away a Cheaty X-Max 3 for free. Should you? Sure. Nothing else. You rob the heater out of it, rob the power supply, have some inventory, rob the motors. Sure. I liked the X-Max 3 personally. I personally liked X-Max 3. I prefer a fillet to a chamfer in most places. Oh God, no. Oh God, no. Fillets are so uncontrollable in 3D printing. Personally, personal opinion, but fillets are just so difficult to control and get them to do what you want them to do because they're so hard to print because they're based in 3D printing. A fillet is effectively a chamfer because we're working in layers, so it's stair steps. So when you really look at it, a fillet is just a chamfer with a much steeper angle, and yeah, especially off the base. I never ever use a chamfer off of the base, off of the print surface, because for the majority of people, unless you really tune it in and you take your overhangs very slowly, the print quality is going to be horrible off the base. Why does it not like these outside chamfers? It doesn't want to let me delete this chamfer. It keeps yelling at me. Never mind, Hoboken. Too far. Okay. I mean, that's like 2.5 hours from you, yeah? No, that's an hour from you. Hoboken, too far. Tesla boy. Come on. It's not like it even costs you any money. If it's facing the build surface chamfer, but other places I prefer smoothness to fillet. Okay, fair, fair. That's fair. That's fair. And that's definitely a personal taste thing. Okay, now I've deleted all the chamfers off the base. Don't do what I think you're going to do. Okay, G to hit the chamfer tool, 0.4 millimeter. And I need to change this to 2 distances. I hate that it defaults to 1 distance. And I'm going to go up 0.8 millimeter. Actually, I'm going to go up 1, so it's a little over a 1/2 ratio. 0.4 by 1. Boom. I want to see what this outside is, though. That is way too thin of a wall. This one is 0.317. That's not even 1 extrusion width. So this one I'm going to get rid of. Same thing in here, I think. I don't think I can delete this one. Oh, I can. Okay, cool. I'm going to do 0.3 by 1.2 by 1. And then outside, I don't think, how big are you? Boop, boop, 0.817. I'm gonna leave that. So there's none here because I wanna maintain this wall width for printing. I'm just gonna I'm gonna fill it. I'm gonna fillet these where this gets a little funky in the corners. And that's good enough. That's not how I would normally do it. I would go back in here and I would create a sketch and I would straighten out this corner here. I don't want to bog down the stream too much with that. But for the moment, this is fine. I'm going to refillet these corners. I had to delete the fillet to delete chamfers because fusion being fusion. I would probably go back in here and mess with more of this, but I think that's where I'm going to leave it for now. Oh, wait. I might have one more. One more modification, I think. I don't like the logo. Is cooling time going to be like an hour because it makes metal hot? No. If you're making metal hot, you're not... I mean, don't get me wrong. Metal's going to get hot when you're cutting it. But if your metal is getting so hot you got to wait like an hour for it to cool, you are overheating your metal, which you're going to be changing the properties of the metal by heating it up that much. So you often, like really good machine tools are going to want liquid cooling. They'll have liquid cooling that, like flush cooling it's called, where they'll literally just run a coolant over the part while you're machining it to cool it down. So I'm just deleting all these extra faces in the logo here because how deep is this? Boop, boop. It's 1 millimeter deep. That is way too deep. There's no reason for it to be that deep. 0.6. Now it's 0.4 millimeter deep. And I'm going to take, let's do 0.4. I'm going to chamfer this a little. Nope. I'm going to leave it. I would, if it was me, I would mess with the overhangs in this part and I would clean them up, but I don't want to bog downstream that much. I've done that in my other parts I modded for this machine, and maybe I'll come back and do this if I end up releasing my files, but yeah. But anyway, we don't, with a machine like this, it'd be a mess to flood cool it. So we might add some air cooling to things. Yeah. Or you just make sure to cut at a point that's not going to heat the metal that much. Mist cooling is an option, yes. Like just lightly spritzing on coolant. I'm not 100% what I'm going to do with this yet. Mist is probably your go-to. I'm not 100% what I'm going to do with this yet. I'm almost certainly going to build an enclosure because I want to keep the mess within it. So maybe I will do that. Put a stainless tray under it to collect coolant and pump it through. Yeah, I don't know. Flood cooling in an open air machine is basically just spraying coolant in every corner of the room. Yeah. I was just giving an example. I would not actually run flood cooling on this. I'm just explaining the concept. All right. Oh, I don't know why this is a realization that I just had, but I just remembered that I have a new episode of Lower Decks I get to watch later today. Yay! Okay, we're done. We're done. I tweaked this as much as I care to. Let's go to the Milo parts. I'm going to change scenes so you folks don't get any spoilers, because I've got some projects I've been working on that I don't want you to see the file structure for. Sorry. All right. Not one to hand out compliments, but nice file structure in your, nice organization in your Fusion folders. Thank you. I try. Because I got to the point, here's the thing, I'm a hoarder of 3D models. When a new project launches, like the Milo, way before I ever considered building one, I had the 3D model downloaded. I'm sure I have a positron in there. I'm sure I haven't built a positron yet. I hoard 3D models. When I see new projects drop, I usually download the models, put them into Fusion folders, and it got to the point where it was such a disaster, as Nomad is saying his is, that I had to create also a model hoarder, yeah, that I had to create a file structure, because otherwise I was never finding what I needed. And now I work on projects so often where hence the compliment. Cool, love to hear it, thank you. I'm working on projects where I'm pulling a hot end from this and an extruder from that so often that I need it. I need to upload the latest CAD. Yes, you do, because I'm going to get started on my positron before too long. So you better upload that, or at least send it to me. Okay, I'm done in Fusion. Now I can print this. I'm going to replace this model with my own. Cool. Okay, I just want to check my slicer settings here quick. I don't want Pershman PLA. No, I want Polylight ASA. And print settings, 2, no, 4, 6. Sorry, I don't have a scene set up for this at the moment, so I'm just going through and tweaking a couple slicer settings, and I'll be back. So I can send this to print. Ah, dang it. I'll leave it on 0.1. No, it's pretty dependent on being 0.2 millimeter. I forgot that I had it set on 0.15 millimeter layer heights for the last print I sliced. And the structural settings are way too conservative. So let's dial those up a little bit. That's fine. All right, now I'm gonna slice it. And I don't have that Prusa on the network, so let me grab the USB stick. That Mark IV is the one that I don't have the NFC antenna for, so the magneto looks sexy in the background. My SV08 and one X1C will be making room for it. I hear good things about the production model. That is the production model now that I have, and there are massive improvements over, definitely massive improvements over the default configuration, or the beta unit that I had. Okay, let me take I'm gonna create a scene real quick so I can show you folks. I just want to show you the CAD work we just did, what it actually Sorry, I forgot that I didn't have audio on there. I'm sorry. That was a long time of not having audio. Bad lip reading theater in a tiny little window in the corner. I was explaining that the CAD work we just did created those bridging lines that I was showing you folks. Forcing the slicer to do what I want by creating those lines that it has to bridge first so that the next layer can bridge the opposite direction. So some part of like good CAD design is understanding what a slicer is gonna do to your model. And like one of my pet peeves is designing for layer heights. So like if you want to design a part and you don't care about the thickness of it, but it has to fit something, you should care about the thickness of it. So like this part I think is like 12 millimeters thick. I want it to be 12 or 12.2 or 12.4 if I intend it to be printed at a 0.2 millimeter layer height. So I've been thinking about that a lot while designing. Great. Just thinking about it makes you a better designer. No offense to anybody who doesn't. Like I didn't do it when I first started. Like it's something you learn with time. Like you should be thinking in layer heights. If you're just 0.13 millimeter thick on a part, well, that's not 0.2, it's not 0.15, it's not, you know, explaining his plan for world domination. Shh. It's Gene's plan for world domination. Thank you very much. Let me get the USB stick. I need to get like webcams on all the cameras for stream, or on all the printers for streams. So like I can, like this part I'm about to print, I could have it in a little, you know, picture-in-picture window or something while we're streaming. Things for the future setup. Loading filament. There wasn't any filament in it. Ugh. It's not me, it's the cat. Yeah, that's my loophole. And when I have to go to court about it, well, it was the cat's plan. Instant insanity defense. But seriously, it's her plan. It's Gene's world and we're just living in it. You're right. Catatouille. Oh, she's real cute under the bench right now. I need the cat cam going too. So many things I need to add to the stream. With time, we'll get there. We'll get there. What was I thinking? Gene, I'm having flashbacks to Pinky in the Brain. Good. Good. That's what I'm going for. That is, anybody who's not familiar, I might as well. Bleep. Anybody who's not familiar, my Gene the cat, like my cat's name is Gene, the one who's always in streams. But I also have a mascot for the channel that I've never properly debuted for years now. But there is a mascot for the channel, and there is a Gene the cat mascot for the channel, and this is Gene the mascot. Dang it! This is Gene the mascot. Gene the mascot is based on Brain from Pinky and the Brain. So Gene the mascot is a megalomaniacal alien cat who wants to take over the world, but never succeeds and just ends up hanging out in my studio the entire time, thinking they're going to take over the world and getting foiled or just failing continually. So that is exactly the concept for Gene, the character. We will... so sooner or later, actually, the folder I'm in right now, I sent these references to an animator, because on stream here, I want to have like not emojis. What are they called? I forget what they're called, but I want to have the thing. So like if somebody sends a super chat, like this character will walk on screen with a little sign that says, "Thank you." GIF, yes, but like the reaction GIFs for actions in streams. Emotes is what I'm thinking of. So like, you know, when somebody joins stream and says hi, like maybe Gene will pop up in the corner and just be like, hi. What are we going to do tonight, Gene? We're going to take over the world. Exactly. An animated alert package. Exactly. Yes. I want to create my own animated alert package with Gene. So yeah, that's the goal. So this, like I said, that folder that I just went into is the animator that I sent the files to be like, hey, here's the idea, and they're gonna work on animating some ones for us for streams at least. So. Yep. Okay. All right, now we can get back to what we were doing here. That part is printing, or about to print. It's an hour print, so hopefully we'll get to that yet, but I'm gonna convert one of my 2.4s to 9mm gantry. What are some of the pluses I should be looking forward to? Better input shaper graphs, higher acceleration, but you're gonna have to be careful. You really gotta balance tensioning with a 9mm because it's very easy to over tension things. And on a flying gantry like the 2.4, you could theoretically create some racking issues and whatever. But realistically, just better input shaper graphs and higher speeds should theoretically be your gain. It's a theory. I haven't finished any of my 9mm builds to say. My Trident is 9mm. I'm going to be building a 9mm all-wheel drive 2.4 at some point. Some of the parts I found earlier were for that, so. Got one of those digital gauge things for that reason, yeah. Tighter belts, stretch them bad boys. Not a 9mm. 9mm, you could break stuff stretching bad boys. You really got to balance it. My input shaper graphs on the rat rig, and we can take a look at this when we do a print and chill with the rat rig. We'll like run some input shaper stuff and kind of like maybe change some belt tension and just show. But you can screw stuff up with a 9mm belt pretty quick on the rat rig anyway. That's part of why I didn't stream the rest of the rat rig, is I was chasing my tail tuning in the belts on that machine because it's just like something is resonating funky and it was throwing off the graphs. It was annoying. I literally spent, if I spent an hour, I spent 10 hours trying to dial in the belts on that machine before I was not happy, but okay with what I got. I think it might need a new X rail. I'm not 100%. I think the X rail feels a little chunky to me. Okay, back to our instructions. Expansion board. It wanted me to assemble the tool setter yet. I don't have the parts, they're printing. We can put the emergency button in. So there's an emergency stop button, goes in the front of this machine. Because this is the kind of machine that if something goes wrong, you're going to want an emergency stop button. Surprised more 3D printers don't have emergency stop buttons, but okay. Just had the same, but with your experience with your V0. Once you start to actually really care about your input shaper graphs and getting them just right, belt shaper had me about to blow my brains out. Yeah. Once you really start to care, you can drive yourself insane. Why is it? It's not showing how to disassemble this. Emergency stop button is used in emergency situations when it's not pressed, blah, blah, blah. Cool. How do I disassemble? Oh. No, it doesn't show how to disassemble this. I think this back just pops off. I see. There's a little tab. Clip-Hain shake and tune is a wonderful thing, but you still end up chasing your tail. I'll tell you what, one awesome feature of RatOS, I could probably share this with you quick. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to run it, but I will show you real quick. I'm gonna have to go back to that other window and add my audio in. 1 sec. Now we've got audio. Okay, And let's get the stream music back in here too. Let me get the rat rig pulled up real quick. 113. Trying to remember the IP address of it. It's up and running. Should be able to connect, no problem. My network's been a little funky in here because I moved the access point and the RJ45 cable going to it, the Cat6 or Cat7 is flaky. It is flaky right now. Yeah, didn't want to connect. .192.113. There's a really neat utility in, I'm gonna go unplug it and replug in the machine real quick. That's weird. It didn't reboot. Power off. Power off. There we go. Hold on. I'm sure you could hear that. That is the part cooling fan on the rat rig. The 4028 blower or axial fan that it runs. I have a bug with mine, which is a known problem, where on boot up it goes to 100% fan speed. That's what 100% fan speed on that sounds like. Not noisy at all. Okay. Okay. Now I got this opening up. There, it booted up. Once Clipper boots up, it drops out. Okay. Now I can share the screen with you. Okay. There's a really cool tool called real-time analysis in RadOS. Real-time analysis. See if it'll load because I can't home the machine right now. Real-time analysis allows you to you can actually set a frequency. So let's say you've got a weird peak in your input shaper graph at like 80 Hertz. If you had like a weird peak at 80 Hertz, you could actually set it to oscillate on the x-axis, the y-axis, both the x and y-axis, or for AB belts. You set the frequency, so like 80 Hertz, and then you go over and you hit start. Yeah, it doesn't want to do it because it's not homed right now. That's fine. I don't really want to do it right now anyway. But you see these up at the top, you'll see these charts, these like spectral analyzers. They'll actually show the frequency that it's picking up. They'll show you the whatever noise it's detecting. So you can actually go around and you can tighten pulleys, you can tighten a belt, you can pluck on a belt, you can like just put your finger on an idler and see if that idler is the source of your problem. It's not 100% science, because like you could touch an idler and it'll be like, oh, that's your problem. But it could be your belt, because you know they're all tied together technically. So like it's not an exact science, but it's something. And it's really cool that it exists. Because I've never seen this before. This is something they added into RadOS. So I think it's cool. Neat, interesting, personally. So maybe we'll play with that a little bit too. Oh, Helga's here. There you go. Were you present to just see me demonstrating Spectrum Analyzer, the real-time analysis, I should say? Yeah, so maybe when we do when and if we do a, no, just joined. Oh, okay. Well, I was just talking about my troubles with input shaping on the input shaping and belt tuning on the rat rig, and I showed the stream real-time analysis. Just that I think it's a really cool function. And if nothing else, that is definitely something I would like added into all of my machines. Hope it didn't crash. No, I haven't had that happen yet. I know it's in beta. The real-time analysis is not a like released function, but it's definitely something I would like to see in all of my machines. I don't necessarily want RadOS on all my machines, no offense, but but I definitely want that. I'm sure somebody will scoop that. RadOS for me is a good ecosystem. Options, macros. It's a great ecosystem. I love what I'm seeing. It's the hard part for me is I'm so used to the way that I set up Clipper and my configs and my macros because I build all of my machines myself, and I've gotten like a flow that I like with that stuff, that I'm confused by the setup in RadOS. It's just that I haven't learned it yet. That's all. Like, it's very easy to configure and set up. I just need to learn. Wait when you use it with IDEX. Cool. I'll really pull my hair out then. Haha. Okay. Back to wiring. I need to go back to the main manual so we can look at how to take apart this switch. Yeah. Okay. The e-stop switch gets separated by a clip, I think. There's a clip on here that I gotta pop out. Writing a documentation is a nightmare. I do not envy you. I don't envy you. You know, that's like the only projects I release, I always like leave document. I specifically say I'm not open sourcing, like my Reanimator project. I specifically said I'm not open sourcing this specifically because I don't have time to document it and make a whole project out of it. Like, I just don't have time for that. And that's more than half the battle, you know? Well, it's not, but it's a large part of the battle. It's a large part of the battle. Okay, I pulled a clip out of this. Now I should be able to separate this, I think. Or not. How does this pull apart? I'm gonna pop this back section off now. I'll just slowly disassemble this freaking emergency stop. Ah! Okay. Why does this not want to come out of here? So the back's off of it, but this front piece is still stuck in here. Oh, there's like some retainer clippers I can't spin it because of. That's it. I just had to release 2 more retainer clippers. Knowing is the other half of the battle. Yep. There are a lot of things that that the difficult part is just knowing what you're supposed to be doing. There's a lot of that out there. How does this fit in here? Seems like this is supposed to panel mount, but it kind of doesn't. Yeah, it just pushes in here. Weird. Okay. Pushes in through this hole. Pushes in through this hole. But it doesn't really sit in there very nicely. Okay. No, I just had to push it really far. Okay. Pushes in, and then this back piece clips onto it. Let's go this way. No, it goes this way. That is a awfully tight fit to the base. I have it upside down. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm missing here. No, it goes that way. Okay. Yeah, it goes this way. So this presses into here. Now this needs to push. Ah, okay, I just wasn't pushing hard enough. Oh. I think I need to take the nut off of here. It's not letting it sit down in there far enough, I think. Yep. Oh, no, it will go farther in there. Okay. So I can put the nut on the back side. Okay. I was confused by this nut on here. Didn't want to... That Live Spectrum thing looks like a very refined version of Live UI in Clepane. I have not seen that yet. So I know, Helga, y'all have credited Clepane with some stuff, so maybe that is where that comes from. It's just a better UI on it. Don't know. Okay, now this goes there. Now there we go, that clicked in. Now there's a clip that goes on this to hold that in place, because you don't want your e-stop coming loose. Doesn't serve its function if your emergency stop can easily fall apart. And this clips on to here. Eventually, somehow. So you're largely chasing the same concept. Understandable. This switch seems, I think I might need to turn this 90 degrees. I think I might need to turn this 90 degrees. Yeah. I'm gonna look at the LDO documentation quick, because this does not make a whole lot of sense. Their E-switch is a little different. Yeah, yeah, they want it sideways. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I need to loosen this. It's a little tight. Here's my bigger pliers. I got that nut a little tight. It needs to be 90 degrees from where it is. I choose RadOS after trying it, especially because of the included macro and automatic features. Totally reasonable. I can see that. It would save a lot of setup time if I wasn't, probably particular about what I'm doing. It's one of my problems with like pre-installed Clipper on various machines that are out there on the market is like just how I'm used to running Clipper, and then it being different, and gets annoying, gets tiresome. Trying to keep up with the way everybody sets up their macros. Okay, that's pretty good. And now this clips on that way. Boom, okay. Sorry, they're probably real hard to see all of that, but emergency stop switch is now in. Yay. Okay, now, split screen here so we can see the diagram. No, wrong one. Okay. Show me the setup. Why is that? Oh, some reason this one expanded out. Gotta shrink that a hair. That's better-ish. Okay, now I've got to get the electronics laid out in here a little bit. Just want to look at this layout that they have set up here. So our power supply goes here-ish. And the main board goes here. Main board there, power supply there. Our Wago mount is back here. Back here next to power supply. And that's pretty... I can pretty much put this extrusion... All of this started because I wanted to figure out where to put this extrusion in. That's where we jumped off and detoured into ADD land. I just wanted to know where to put this extrusion, and now I'm all the way here. Okay. Cool. Now I could put a couple of screws into that. Oh, go back to the regular workbench view. Okay. What's up, doggo? The dog is hunting currently. What are you hunting for, kiddo? Do you plan to make a box turtle? I don't know yet. If LDO comes out with kits, maybe. I'm definitely not going to self-source one. I just don't have time for self-sourcing projects anymore. For the most part. I do it from time to time, but for the most part, I don't have time for it. So if LDO comes out with a kit, which I believe they are, and if somebody else doesn't come out with, like, Big Tree Tech has hinted that they have like a ready-made clipper AMS setup. I mean, they haven't just hinted. They've talked about it at Rocky Mountain. I think LDO has a kit now. They just teased a kit. Cool. So, yeah. Maybe. I would like to. I definitely would. I just have like a whole laundry list of things. I have enough projects probably to carry me through the rest of the year into 2025. Is there a BTT ERCF? No. There's a board from BTT for the ERCF. Box Turtle is expandable, which interests me. Yeah, I mean, that is nice. You could go almost, you know, infinite colors, I guess, arguably. I haven't been on Twits this morning much. Did Jason hint? No. Oh, I guess you want this cute box. Soon TM. Got it. Wasn't BTT working on an ERCF kit? They were working on, well, let's, bloop. So I guess Jason hinted with the Box Turtle. So that's coming. Big Tree Tech. And Big Tree Tech has been cagey with this, the VVD. So the VVD is coming, whatever that's going to be. Sure looks like an AMS. I know they talked about an AMS at Rocky Mountain Rep Fest. So, yeah, we'll see. Original design has a PCB only for 4 channels of the Box Turtle. I mean, but it's Clipper. You could almost certainly expand that with another 4, you know? Everyone is making MMUs now. Yep. I think that is going to be the theme of 2025 is MMUs and tool changers. Mostly MMUs. I know what, Cheaty has one coming, Big Tree Tech has one coming, Creality already has theirs, Anycubic already has theirs. I think Soval has one coming, don't they? That guy makes, welcome in. I swear I saw somewhere Soval hinting at one. Could be wrong. Where's my tape measure? Oh, there it is. I want to get these evenly. Spaced. I'm going to go 22 centimeters. 22 centimeters. Okay. No one dare to make a tool changer too expensive. I think that is a large part of the problem that people are not understanding. People are like, oh, the Prusa XL is so expensive. Somebody needs to make a bamboo tool changer if it's going to be so much cheaper. No, it's not. It's just not. Take a tool head, times it by however many you add, take your electronics to support that, times it by all the electrical components that go on that, all the wiring, all the extruder, like, it'll be cheaper, but it's not going to be like, it's not like you're going to get $1,000 tool changer machine. It's not happening. There's so much that goes into a tool changer. Ask me how I know. Yeah. Your expenses, you know, go up by however many tool heads you add. When's the new bamboo printer coming? Should I wait or buy another Voron with tool changer? It's coming in 2025. That is all we know. Then I have no further information on that. I haven't talked to my bamboo rep in I don't know how long, so I can't tell you more than that. I got nothing. And I wouldn't be able to if I did, but I don't. So, I don't know. Here's a thing. Here is a thing. I expect they've hinted at what the new bamboo is going to be. I think the new bamboo is going to be close to price of the XL. I think it's going to be a $3,000 machine. $2,500, $3,000, I think. They already said it is above their Bamboo X1 line, which does include the Bamboo X1E, which is a $2,000 or $2,500 version of the X1. Whether they're considering that or not, don't know. But my guess is 3K large format IDEX. I think they're going to play with something different. I think it's going to be subvert our expectations a little bit. And it's not just going to be a tool changer. It's not just going to be IDEX. It's going to be something funky. But any which way, it's going to be a very expensive machine. So you're going to be a lot cheaper off building a Voron tool changer, despite having to buy all those components and whatever. It's just going to be a lot more work on you. So, yeah. Okay, what am I missing here? Jump back to the instructions. I'm just gonna, there's a cable chain, not cable chain, a cable comb that mounts on top of that extrusion I just put in. This is when it turns out to be a SCARA machine. Oh. Okay, yeah, I mean, hey, whatever. I love the design of the box turtle, but I don't know how it's gonna work. And I think even I don't know them, I haven't talked to them, but I saw the dev of the box turtle talking about that, like, Clipper's really not set up for this. It wasn't really intended to run machines that way. And like, we're kind of possibly reaching a limit for what our firmware is capable of handling when it comes to this stuff. You know, like, people have had to hack in tool changing. It wasn't just built into Clipper. I think even IDEX isn't technically just built into Clipper, or wasn't at one point. Hello, welcome in Noro Creative. IDEX and Box Turtle won't work, so I'm just sad. I'm sad that Mandic really crushed my dream. I know, Tor, I know. Helga crushed everybody's. Helga explained it to me, so I explained it. IDEX and Clipper is a nightmare. To make it really work, you have to do it by your own. Yeah. Helga knows here. Helga's the one who crushed me on it, Tor, so blame him. All right. I like that they're having us do the electronics and stuff. IDEX and MMU will work in RadOS. It's going to be awesome. Can't say more. Cool. I look forward to seeing what you create out of it. Tor means the thought process that we were talking about in the RatRig streams about, like, you know, one tool head unloading and changing filament while the other's printing, that whole process. The tool changer add-on is not that bad. Is IDEX differently? Vinny, are you a dev making the tool changer add-on? Guy Fawkes banished for another year. Welcome back, Carrie. Where's the cat? She's sleeping under the desk right now. Too much stuff going on up here. She's sleeping under the bench. Somebody mentioned about I could have OBS printer cam view in Home Assistant and a Moonraker integration. Yeah, there's plenty of ways I can easily get RTSP feeds off of webcams in printers that I can then use in stream. The studio's not set up enough yet. Like, all the printers that have those functionalities aren't really ready. You are a dev, okay. Interesting. I don't code, so everything I've been told is it's a real royal pain. So maybe I'm misinformed. Moonraker integration in Home Assistant is the best, and Bamboo too. Yeah, I just haven't gotten to that. I kind of had to put a hold on the continuing down the Home Assistant route because I just have way too many projects I need to get to. So yeah. Interested in RadOS's tool changer potential? Talk to Helga, or if you aren't already. Okay, our power inlet back here. Boom. Power inlet's in. Well, now that I got that brace in, I can tighten these. Being able to swap tools is the easy part, but it's not a single internal clipper command is multi-extruder aware. Making it work is easy, making it work perfectly is another story. Okay, so the concept of multiple tool heads running at once is probably where you're referring to, I would assume. I'm going back to the screws I put in a while ago and tightening them before I forget. I left them loose till we got some more of this installed so I could kind of strengthen up components a little bit in here. Yeah, Home Assistant is a rabbit hole so deep. Yeah. I just don't have the time right now to dive deeper. I will. I'll make some projects where it's kind of a, you know, like a forced concept where I'm like, oh no, this project allows me time to go down more of a Home Assistant rabbit hole. I mean, that's what my Home Assistant video basically was me giving myself time. Not to mention using non-standard hardware and falling into the second level ESP home. Yeah. Should I buy a 2.4 or a Trident for a tool changer? 2.4. I don't know if there is a Trident tool changer right now. Is there? Because the tool changers, like the tap changer and stealth changer, the way they work is they use the Z-axis movement of the gantry to hold the tool heads up and out of the way in the front of the machine. So 2.4. I think there might be, like, there's a RatRig tool changer I saw somebody make. So like a fixed gantry can do it. There are Trident versions like the XL style. Oh, there are? I haven't seen those. Hadn't seen those. I know, well, no. You can use one of the custom tool changes. Yeah, that's a lot more complicated than just like tap changer, stealth changer route, I would think. if nothing else, Stealth Changer is just becoming so popular. You're going to have more like Zombie Hedgehog and folks who are making content around it that'll make it easier to get the info. Rat Rig Tool Changer is based off the E3D Tool Changer like my Jubilee. Okay. I saw one that was a little more, so I think somebody posted on the Rat Rig Facebook group. It was a little more Stealth Changer like. My Mist Changer is designed with Trident in mind. All right. Daksh Tool Changer. Okay. I haven't allowed myself to dive down the Tool Changer rabbit hole because there's another rabbit hole. And my ADD don't need no more rabbit holes. I've got one more rabbit hole that's eating my brain right now that I can't really discuss yet. You folks are going to see more of soon, TM. And I am really excited about like some concepts I have. But yeah. It's honestly super basic. I don't know if it's that exciting, but rabbit holes inside of rabbit holes. Yep. 3D printing itself is the rabbit hole of the rabbit holes, right? You also have a perfectly working one behind you. Yep. If I didn't have that, we'd be having a different discussion. I have not used my AMS on my Bamboo in like 2 months. I tried to use it like 2 days ago. Wouldn't work. Pissed me off so bad. I walked away from it. Supposedly Voxel, I believe Voxel PLA is sending me a kit to build a Python AMS. So we'll probably do a stream of that soon. Try and get my AMS actually working again. With a million side projects to go. Yep. Okay, cool. Our base is, the base structure is assembled. Now let's continue on with a little more of the wiring components. Okay, so just looking at these here. Looks like there's a Big Tree Tech tool changer possible too. Oh boy. There's so much going on right now. There's not enough hours in the day. Not enough hours in the day. AMS. Oh yeah, we were talking about that when you were still off watching the world explode. Yeah, we were talking about that. Yep. They announced that. They announced they had an AMS coming at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Fest. I missed the announcement, but they did announce it. I talked to them and they were like, "Oh yeah, we got this AMS coming," and I was like, "Oh cool, let me see it." "Oh, we don't have it here." I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to show a thing you don't have here, so. Why is this backwards? Somehow I looked at the instructions and still put the power supply in backwards. One company like them will do a tool changer kit. Oh yeah, somebody will. We'll get a tool changer kit, like a build kit. It'll happen. I don't know about LDO. I think they're kind of hitting a limit of what they can do as far as like all these open source projects they keep pumping out kits for. Because, you know, each one of them costs them money to spin up the concept of the kit and whatever. And I understand they're only so big of a company. Okay, now the power supply's in the right direction. That's not me saying anything official. I'm just saying from my outside perspective, not many motors involved in one. Yeah, well, they're still making kits. They don't, it's not all about the motors. After all the companies realize MMUs are not made for everyday multicolor printing, they will make IDEX and tool changers. Oh yeah. IDEX and tool changer is definitely the next big thing. I'm waiting on the release of the Voroff. I'm about to replace my 4 X1Cs with 2 Rat Rig IDEXs. Cool. Yeah, once you go to tool changing, it's a whole different animal. Has anybody heard of or seen the Maker Skipper to Run Clipper? It's meant to be an all-in-one 4-core board. It's one of the most common Clipper boards, actually, Jeff. The Maker Base skipper board is the basis for Soval, Elegoo, Anycubic, like a bunch of the companies that are running Clipper printers now are running skippers or their own version of a skipper that's a skipper at heart. I don't love it personally. I'm not a big fan of that board. It works, but I'm not a big fan. It's only got 2 USB ports. It's got a full-size HDMI port, which is nice. Are they any good? They're fine. They work. It's a good, affordable option to build a machine around. What are skippers? It's the MKS, the Maker Base skipper main board, the electronics board. It's what we're referring to. Personally hate AIO boards. I prefer SBC and mainboard split. Me too. I much prefer having 2 separate boards. If one of them goes bad, like the combo boards, like the skipper. The skipper is one. Leviathan and the Manta boards are interesting. ESP32 is not powerful to run a 3D printer. Somebody, you must have been in my comments. Somebody commented last night that they don't understand why we use our Picos, RP2040s instead of ESP32s in printers. And I'm just like, in a specific printer. Anyway, Manta is not so bad because they have the compute module that comes on and off. I like the Manta packaging. Same thing with the Leviathan board. The Leviathan board has a regular Raspberry Pi that mounts to it. So like, solid. I don't like the skipper boards. Skipper, who else? Physect has one too. Physect has their, what is it, Cheetah or whatever. Because all they are at heart, electrically, from a schematic level, electrically, they are a separate Raspberry Pi and a separate MCU on the same PCB. If something goes wrong with either one of those, your whole board is bricked. If it's the SBC side, you can hook up a Raspberry Pi to the MCU side and run it. It's not well documented, but it is doable. I don't care for it. I'd rather have separate hardware doing its own things. So if like I need to upgrade a Pi, I need to upgrade a main board for a certain functionality, I can without having to just toss the whole thing, personally. Okay. I don't know. Not for me. I don't like them. I have a printer here, one of the projects I was referring to, something I can't tell you folks more about other than it has a skipper board in it. And one of the projects I have planned for that is taking it out and putting an octopus board in it and a regular Raspberry Pi. ESP32 is not supported by Clipper, is it? Yet? It's been asked for, but I don't believe it is. Because a lot of people would like it for a remote functionality of like not having to have a machine. Octopus is the tractor among the MCUs. Exactly. I had an Octopus Max EZ. I sold it to Peter yesterday. I thought about putting it in that machine, but I'm like, I know the Octopus in and out, and it does everything I need it to do. You know, like, it works. It just works. All right, this goes, boop. God, this like barely gets through here before these are tight. I think this is meant to be like an M5 by 10. And bring us all the way to the back. You make a good argument, now I have to change my way of thinking. Look, I'm not saying there are plenty of people happily running skipper boards and the Physect Cheetahs and whatever else. I like the idea of breakout stuff, personally. Are those CAN boards just a dumb ESP? No. CAN boards are running Picos. Almost everyone I know of runs a Pico processor. The Octo Max EZ is what I'm running in my tool changer. I'd like to play with the Octo Max EZ, so I kind of regret selling it already. But I like that it has like a 3-port or 3-pin fan, or does that have 4-pin fan headers? I forget, 3 or 4. I like some of the newer functions that it has, but whatever. Okay, now the main board screws in this way into the side. Four-pin fan, yeah. I do like that, and that it's set up for water cooling. That's what I was going to run in my heated chamber Voron build, because I'm going to be running water cooling in that. But then I got a Kraken, so I'm going to run a Kraken in that. Just because I don't have another home for the Kraken. It's kind of an underwhelming project for a Kraken, but hey, whatever. It'll work. I like overkill. And this roll-in does not want to roll in. Phew, that fought me. This 2040 is a tight fit. Jeez. M8P 1.1 have two 4-pin fan. Okay. Kraken, great for 48 volt VZ bots. Good to know, good to know. I hope I get the VZ bot kit soon or at all. They said they were sending one, but it hasn't shown up yet. All right. A couple of screws into this. I think these should be M3 by 10s. Doesn't really show mounting this stuff. 10s. Main board is M3 by 10s. Okay. M5 by 10s. Not M5 by 8s. I got M5 by 8s right now. M4 by 10, 5 by 20. Where'd I put the 5 by 10s? I had them. 5 by 12s. 5 by, oh, these are 5 by 10s. Also, Vez got the new Kraken motors. Yeah, I saw that. I saw he got the new Kraken motors. Curious to get his opinion on those, because I'm debating whether I shouldn't swap out some. I got to get, since I'm going to do all-wheel drive on the 2.4 project, I need new motors, or at least 2 more, if nothing else. And I'm thinking Krakens might be the way to go. If I'm going to go overkill, I might as well go all the way. Go big or go home. Go big or go home. Okay. There we go. I go compact. I'm not saying, I just mean go overkill. I would love to build a salad fork. I'm just waiting for somebody to come out with a 180 salad fork kit. Can I still go big if I'm already at home? Good question. For all-wheel drive, you need motors with longer shafts. LDO makes longer shaft motors. There's super powers, there's speedy powers, and the Kraken motors all come with longer shafts, or can come with longer shafts. So, yeah. Error. I forget. Stick the main board to the antenna of the main board. Where's the antenna plug in on this main board? Oh, I see. The ESP32 at the end. All right, installing the antenna. Boom. And it's just got a peeled back on it for an antenna, a double-sided tape. Yeah, like, I really want to build a salad fork. A salad fork 180. And... Mew. Hi, BB. You gotta do what? Oh, tools, yes. Okay. They're still in the bag, I believe. Okay. You might need batteries.
I don't know if I want to take anything with batteries.
Oh, well then the saw and the angle grinder might be in there. Can stay then. 1 second, folks. Right back.
Sorry. Do these need to be charged?
That should be charged enough.
Oh,
But...
okay. If it's charged, then I'll take it.
Oh no, this one's actually dead. Let me just get a battery.
Is it something that can operate on that?
No, it only operates on battery.
Like it doesn't need to be charged.
No.
Okay.
Here you go. Okay, those should be good. And that saw too, to your right.
What's that?
The saw to your right as well.
This?
Yep.
Thing?
Yep.
They're pulling staples. Do you have gloves? Or should I just grab the black one?
I would just grab a box of the black ones. It's on top of the yellow toolbox. It's an almost full one. I don't need it right now. Yeah. I agree. I think a 180. Sorry, folks. Ruby's grabbing some stuff before she heads out. I think 180 millimeters is like the perfect all-around day-to-day printer size. I agree. So I'd love to build a salad fork 180. Love to, but nobody has a kit yet. There are microns, but I want to build a salad fork before or if I build a micron. I'm waiting for somebody to just have a salad fork 180 kit. I'm pretty sure West 3D is working on one and Fabrico, both of which told me to be coming soon TM and don't have either yet. Like a girl that grabs her angle grinder before she heads out. You're right. And a sledgehammer. The tattoo shop she's working at, they're moving locations and they are demoing the new location. And they're making it like a shop bonding project for the owner's birthday or something. So she's headed off to that. Selena is really looking forward to it as a stress reliever. So, as you know, like what do you call it? Those rage rooms. She's like, it's like the free rage room. My 255 is sometimes too small for projects I will make. I mean, don't get me wrong. I hit limits with the 300 all the time, but they're not that often. You know, on day-to-day, majority of the stuff I'm printing fits in a 180 build volume, you know? Like these skirts wouldn't have fit in a 180, but I made them one piece, so. Okay, terminal block is in. E-stop button is in. Steve. I use Steve's skirts, and Steve's skirts have a second hole for a USB port. Here it is. So he sent me a link to these USB-C pass-throughs here that go into this hole. Boy, there is like no room next to that board. He told me it would need a 90 degree. He was right. Boy, that is a tight fit. Like an incorrectly tight fit. I don't see how that's gonna work. I think that hole's the wrong size. I think maybe the one he sent me the link to might not have been the right one. So I might have to change his skirt out or put a plug in that. I wanted an additional USB port in here, but I don't think I'm getting it. I need to get back to get my 500 back up and running. Yeah. I mean, that's why I have the 500 for those times where things are just, Nuno, welcome in, where things need bigger. So, yeah, this hole is not big enough. I don't know if it's an inaccuracy in this printed part, because I had tuned this in on a new machine, but then the emergency shutoff switch fit in it. $22.8 and the hole is, it's like 21.6. Yeah, no way. I'm not threading this whole thing into the freaking plastic. Not a chance. I will make a plug for that. I will make a plug for that. So I'm not getting USB on this. Womp womp. Yeah, it gives me a chance to put a splash of color on the front of this thing. Okay, e-stop button is in. Main board is in. I think we're supposed to wire. It's time to start wiring. But I skipped ahead past firmware, so let's jump back to firmware. Rat rig firmware. I gotta go back to the LDO. I'm in the LDO documentation and the Did you fart, dog? I think the dog farted. Okay. Install rat rig firmware. Where's the SD card? Here's the SD card. Rat rig configuration. Prepare your SD card. You just gotta flash it. Download Millennium OS. First, you need to download a zip release for the hardware configuration of your choice from the RRF configurations menu, LDO Milo, optional Rat OS, or Millennium OS. I'm going with Millennium OS. I'm going to go with their Millennium OS. My dog farts and it looks like he didn't do it. Yeah, the dog, sure. Shh. Okay. LDO kit, Milo, stable, with Millennium OS. I want Millennium OS. Pretty sure I want Millennium OS. We're gonna find out. Okay. I got that downloaded. I'm gonna throw that into a folder. Okay, extracted that into a folder. Great. So I've got that with optional Millennium OS. Just want to see if I'm missing a link here. Usage, documentation, blah, 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 information, config. I really shouldn't be breezing over this, but here we are. Oh, they released a new update 4 days ago. Nico, you're headed out. Thank you for being here. Have a good one. Okay. Extract the configurations. Did that already. Oh, once you have rat rig configurations released downloaded, you need to extract it to your SD. Oh, I thought we were flashing. Okay, I thought we were going to be using like PyImager or Balena Etcher, but it doesn't look like it. Okay. The clogged Revo high flow has defeated me. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm just quickly throwing this SD card into the computer. All right, I'm going to reformat this card. Make sure it's in the proper file, FAT32 file format. FAT32, full blah, blah, blah. Milo. Start. Yeah, format it. Okay. All right, now I should be able to, all I got to do is drag the folder into, the folder structure into, Oh, I see. The firmware flashes off of the SD card because it's not Clipper. We're not. Duh. Da da da. Okay, I just paste the firmware into the SD card with the macros and the configurations and everything. Okay. That's it. Power your board either with USB or via the PSU and wait. The board will install new RepRap firmware, automatically update the Wi-Fi module and start the Wi-Fi access point for the Milo. And then I can configure it through that. Well, I got to get wiring in here. So back to the wiring we go. That was a very drawn out process of flashing the firmware. I'm sorry I didn't show it. It just literally is taking the zip file I downloaded from their GitHub and dumping it into the SD card. That's it. Okay, I'm gonna eject that. And put the card into this board. Okay, card's in the board. I can't even really get to the USB-C port on here very well, so. Okay, now back to wiring. Okay. Inlet wiring, where's my wiring kit? Yeah. Oh, cable kit. Here's the cable kit. Inlet wiring, I believe. Oh, I didn't get the expansion board installed. That's what I'm missing. Expansion board. That gets placed. That gets placed in this empty space here. No, it gets placed in this empty space up here. Yeah, not the power supply side. A track goes here. One of these. Which is a little too long. Hoping that's not pre-cut. This one's good. I guess this seems like it needs to be further forward. Ugh. Just a little further forward. Come on. Okay. I'll make sure I got those pretty squared up. Got it at 27 or 20.7. Just gonna go till I butt into that. 20.5. 20.5. Tighten. Okay. All right. That's tight again. Now, these go in. Nah, it still doesn't really fit. I got to chop this one down just a little bit. It's not a good fit. Oh, I've got this backwards. Power supply is supposed to be over here. Ah, dang it. I did have the power supply correct the first time. I thought I got confused with the the setup of that. Power supply should be over on the other side. Luckily, this Wago mount is in the middle. I'm looking at it inverted and confusing myself. Okay. Wago mount flips the other way. That makes a little more sense. It's directly from, we go directly from the inlet to the power supply. Which means I did have these on here right the first time when I swapped them around. They go this way. Okay, that's better. Except this interferes. This needs to be one space over. Dang it! The Wago mount is not in the right space. But that actually saves me, because I had extra roll-ins in here that would have meant. Now I don't, because I can reuse the roll-ins from the Wago mount for the roll-ins for the power supply. Don't mind me, just fixing my own mistakes. Okay. Now these Wagos can go back here. Yeah, sorry for the scratchy noise. Your actions have consequences. Yeah. My own wasted time. And everybody else's too. Okay. Now that's in there. Properly-ish. Okay. Power supply can go forward a little bit, I think. Give a little room back here for the inlet. I wish there was like a little more fixed information about where things are supposed to be, but here we are. Oh, now that fits in there. And there's an opening at the end of this where that's supposed to kind of line up with. That makes sense. That makes sense. What holds that down? M5x6s for the wire ducts. Okay. So I got to put these wire ducts in here with some M5x6s, 4x10s, 5x22s. Are you 5x6s? It's okay, make the mistake so we don't have to. I mean, reasonable. M5x8s, I don't see 5x6s. Doesn't mean they're not here, but I don't see them. Up there they are. They're just hiding on me because they're so little tooties. At least they didn't red Loctite any M2.5, so I hope I would never. I'd be very concerned if I had a reason to do that. I would be thoroughly concerned if some instructions told me to red Loctite, or I felt a need to. I don't even have red Loctite. Don't even have any. Okay. 5x6s. Blue Loctite. I did. Oh no. I hope you got rid of it. I hope you got rid of it. That positron is never coming apart. You say that now. You say that now. Make sure I'm not pinching my antenna up here. 5x10s, 5x6s. This is a safe space now, man. I had to drill out a few motors to fix a mistake. Oh no. I'll say those tooth pulleys are never slipping. Looks at the bottle of red Loctite on his dresser. Oh no. Repeat after me, Loctite is not lube. I feel like I missed a whole handful of steps in this conversation. And I don't think I want to be caught up. Okay. Our cable chain, or not cable chain, our cable runway thingies are in place. Okay. Is that done yet? Part's almost done. Part's almost done. And now our expansion board can go up here. With the relays, terminal blocks facing that away. Yeah, you missed the whole saga. Well, I used red Loctite on an entire positron, not knowing how strong it is. Oh no! You do that on live. Half the folk experienced it real time, so I'm assuming you did it on live. Oops, there's a learning lesson for you. Well, that positron is IP whatever the heck rated, right? Okay. This board gets held down with, I think, some M5x10s, I assume. See you guys. All right. Thank you for being here, Helga. Thanks for contributing to the chat. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Torque Test channel did a video about Loctite a few weeks ago. Turns out all the brands are equal. Good to know. Good to know. All right. Expansion board is in place now. Okay. Expansion board, main board, I think most, if not all of our electronics are in place. Now it's time to start wiring. We got a little harness for the mains power, I do believe. Friends don't let friends buy red Loctite. Okay. Power goes. Let me see if I can get I'm going to adjust the second camera angle to get a better view on this stuff. It's been over here for too long. Adjusting camera angle. At least a little bit. Let me bring the bench down just a hair to get a better downward angle on it. I need an overhead shot. It's coming. Thoughts and additions. It'll happen. Positron V4 uses welded rivets. Perfect. Solve all the problems. Create all the problems, solve all the problems. Whatever. Okay. That's a little bit better view. So we're working on mains wiring now. So neutral or negative, ground. I always want to say negative. Ground goes there. Now we get live going to the second terminal from the edge. And neutral on the last one. All right. Okay. Now, we've got 3 barrels coming off of that. Let me share the instructions with you. Those go to the Wagos. 3 separate Wagos that I got here. Okay, so my ground is my last one. Clip. That's in there. Neutral is the middle one. Clip. And live is the other end. Okay. Bam. There is our mains wiring off the inlet. Fold that down a little bit out of the way. What's this last? Oh, it's just a picture of it. Okay. What Dark Third Dimension, what Dark does with their printers is their business. I mean, what they share with us is a whole different story, though. Okay, now, continuing the wiring, we got to wire the power supply to the Wagos. Power supply to the Wagos. I've got, yeah, power neutral, live, and ground. Let's start with ground is in the middle, I think. Where's my LTT screwdriver? Nope, ground is the end. LTT screwdriver's too strong. It's fighting me, it's so strong. Okay. This is a little bit big to fit in here. Oh, I see. I've got to take this all the way out. Interesting. That'll keep it from unscrewing or pulling out. You fripped the ground and live in the Wagos. Oh, you're right, I did. It doesn't matter as long as I run them, you know, run to the right one. But you're right. You are correct, I did, but I will just flip the wiring. I plug it in. Dyslexic moment. I've been having a lot more of those lately, I feel like. Been having a lot more moments of dyslexia lately. I don't know what's up with that. I'm just tired more. Or what? Simulation is touching. There we go. Okay, ground. Yeah, LTT precision screwdriver is a better tool for this job, it looks like. Got to be more precise. Glitching. Got it. Because of the move. Honestly, yeah, probably. All right, so they want neutral on the AC negative, sort of. There's not an AC negative, but they kind of mark it as that. Neutral. There we go. Yeah. Get in there. I do not like how this Morn Sun power supply works. I get it, but I don't love it. You can't just stick a terminal in from the end. You've got to take the screw all the way out and go in. Don't mention the fidget spinner like Jeff. Still going. Still going. And almost stopped. Age and stress, I know what you mean. Yeah, well. I love Jeff. He did go a bit heavy-handed on that joke. I haven't watched his video yet, so I will have to watch it afterward. I will have to watch it after the stream. Okay. Ground to away go. Neutral to away go. I'm actually dyslexic. If it wasn't for autocorrect, you wouldn't know what I was saying. My spelling can be a little creative. Understandable. I am actually autistic and have ADD and minor dyslexia and processing delays and issues come along with that. So I may not be like, you know, I don't know if I would be diagnosed as dyslexic, but I can tell you for a fact that dyslexic moments occur pretty regularly. It's the best way I think of it or understand all the neurospicy, yes. My brain processes too fast for my own good a lot of the time, so I trip over myself. So my brain is trying to fill in the gaps when I'm reading, and like, so I can read really quick, but then every once in a while it, you know, it flips things because of the way it's doing that. That's my assertion about what's happening. I don't know. I was also epileptic as a kid. I had one seizure as a kid, and my mom was like, babied me for the rest of my life about it. All right. Oh yeah, that sacrificial layer did not print well. The layer above it printed well, not the sacrificial layer. All right. Are you also dyspraxic and dyscalculate? They often come in hand with dyslexia. I don't know what those are. Dyscalculate, I'm pretty damn good at math, so I don't, is that something to do with that? I'm generally pretty good at math. As Ruby says, I got the math autism. She got the, I forget what the other one she calls it. Just got an official ADD diagnosis at 53. Totally explains so much. Yeah. I wonder how common that is. My wife had a bad seizure when she was 2, and they had to life flight. Only one ever. Yeah, I had one at like 2. I think it was either 2 or 4, somewhere in there. I ran like a fever of like 103 or something and had a nasty seizure. Oh, dyspraxic is balance and hand-eye coordination. Dyscalculate is math and numbers. Nope, I don't have that. I got pretty good balance, and I'm pretty good with math and numbers. Ruby, not so great with math and numbers, and not so great with balance. So the 3D printer should be all you need for an ADD diagnosis. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it is. That seems to be a thing. Well, I know the incidence of neurospiciness in the 3D printing community is strong. I've been to a rap festival. All right. I'm hoping to get diagnosis this year because I think I should qualify for. I should now qualify for Medicare this coming year, so I can actually afford to get diagnosed. Where's the Long John setter? I saw it here. I saw the setter. I pulled it out, I swore. I printed the part for it. I laugh at 96. Yeah, I can have that problem where I'll read the numbers inverted sometimes. I do have that happen. Not a lot, but it does happen. Oh, there's the ballast box I should have put in. I did print it. CNC starter kit, no. I'm looking for the setter tool. I don't know where I put it. I swore I had it. I think I'm gonna have to come back to that. All right, not a pressing matter at the moment. I still use my hand to count. Well. Okay, so those are in our neutral, live, all our, yeah. Our power wires are in for, oh, it wants us to run another live wire. Oh, no, it wants live to go to another terminal block. I'm sorry, I missed putting one wire. It doesn't want the one live into a different, it wants it into a different Wago. It wants it into, damn it, I hate this popped out view. I can't zoom in on it. Dang it, and why did they reload? Okay, so the Wago wiring, yeah, the third live goes to the second Wago block, not to the first Wago block. Okay. 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 Now that's where it's supposed to be, because this is going to be for the emergency wiring. The emergency stop wiring to cut power to it. I'm fairly sure is where this is headed. That Wago is how it does it. I'm betting. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Yep. Nope, I'm not. That's what it's meant to be. Okay, so now we're wiring the e-stop. Why learn math? It's not like we don't all have calculators now. Yeah, I heard a list of things you were taught in school that was, wrong. And sure enough, there's one. You're not going to have a calculator in your pocket every day. Want to bet? Want to bet? Where's the wiring? Oh, okay. So here's our e-stop wiring. It's additional brown wires for the live. Okay. So I need live out and live in. These wires run up to the e-stop. I'd really like to clean these up a little bit. Give me a second. I'm going to grab some heat shrink and heat shrink these to just clean them up a little bit, wiring wise. Use a little heat shrink to cable manage a little bit. What are we talking about? Got built in 12 hours? Oh, Milo. Yeah, reasonable. I mean, that's part of the thing is, like, I have no idea what I'm doing. This is the first time I built it, so I'm, like, having to figure out somebody else's thought process about how they intend things to go together, and when you're the one who did it, really helps, you know? Jake's also just a smart cookie. Speedrun record for positron is 3.5. Cool. I guarantee you mine won't be that. Guarantee you mine won't be that quick. Not held by Nomad, I bet. Nomad is way too ADD for that, I'm going to go with. I still build the printer wrong half the time. Fair. I don't care how many times I've done something, I'll still have a chance to screw it up. Okay. I cable manage these together a little bit with some heat shrink, just to clean up my wiring a little bit. You folks are, this is part of why I don't do wiring on streams usually, is moments like that, where to me, I'm like, that needs a little bit of a wiring cleanup, so I'm going to do this thing. And that really slows things down. Okay, so E-stop out, E-stop out. LL, doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter which way these go. Okay. These are into this channel. Now they come up to here, they head into this channel, out through here, and then into, let me switch to the other view. So the wires I just ran come off the Wagos back here. One goes into this 5-position Wago block and the other into the 3-position Wago block, up through this channel, through this channel, through this channel, and now we're getting to the emergency switch. The emergency switch. Oh, wait, I'm using the wrong ones. Yep, nope, sorry. These both go into the into the 5-position Wago block, not the other one. Both in the 5 position. Seeing those types of, I'm going to do this deviation from the official docs are valuable to see why and how it actually works out. Yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with it being run the way that it is officially said to be run. It just, to me, for me, I would prefer just a little bit cleaner. That is going to be annoying to get to. There's a Phillips head screw in here and I got to turn. How? Right back. I know how I'm going to do it. I don't know how I'm going to do it on the other side. Grab some tools from Toolbox. I'm going to use a cabinet head screwdriver. Get through there. Cool. God, that is not cool. That is not particularly cool. All right, I'm going to use a pair of pliers to hold this and get it into position. Any guesses on Adam's vintage build? Anybody? I have no idea. I have no idea what Adam is building for Smurf 2024. I'm really curious. He does beautiful work at recreating things. So, I mean, at least his what do you call it? Not Prometheus. Darwin. His Darwin was a really cool project. Okay, there we go. Pair of pliers to get that in there. All right, one in. Yeah, anybody have any guesses on what Adam Vector 3D is building for Smurf 2024? I'm curious. I've got to get rolling on my Death Racer. I've got so many things to get done this month. I way overbooked myself because I was really starving for sponsors, so I overbooked myself. Whoops. Whoops. Okay, that worked. So long screwdriver really helped there. This side, I have no idea how I'm going to get this bottom one. Unless, oh, you know what I can do? I think I can push this button and pull this back off. That's how. Pretty sure I can push this button and pull this back housing off to wire it off of there. Yep. There we go. Okay, that's how. I'm thinking, gotta think outside of the box, not in the box. Okay. Well, I'll deal with that in a second. The other two wires, I want to heat shrink as well. I'm going to use a different color on these ones. I used red on the first set because those are the live Actually, I got it backwards. They should have been yellow. I should have done yellow because the wiring guide here shows the ins as orange and the outs as yellow, and I did the outs with red. I'll just do the outs with the in with yellow. Whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo. Is my Death Racer going to be Hot Rod Hippie based? No. It better be. Nope, nope, nope. My Death Racer is sponsored by Cookie CAD. It's going to be all Cookie CAD. Including the tracks, because they came out with TPU now. Here's the Unicorn tracks. Unicorn TPU tracks. So, yeah, it's going to be fabulous is what it's going to be. I'm hoping. I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't have time to design it. I'm hoping to hire a designer to make the Death Racer head. The Death Racer head is me. No, I'm looking to make it Gene. I'm looking to hire a designer to make me that Gene character mascot, a 3D model of that, so I can make that be the Death. Yep, Gene. That is the goal. .350 beds take forever. I'll tell you what, the rat rig bed does not take that long for what it is, but it's also a 15100 watt heater, so it's not messing around. There's a point I'm not making with this wiring that I'll highlight real quick, but I'm not going to do. If I was wiring this the way I would usually wire a project, the way I usually do my wiring, I kind of got to demonstrate it in position, I think. 1 second, I will show you what I mean, because demonstrating is going to make way more sense here. Come on through here. This heat shrink's just sticking on the previous heat shrink. Should have put them all on first. I'm converting my 500 to tool changer, which is part of why it's currently in pieces. Fun. Good luck with that. When I route wiring like this, say this wiring's coming through this hole in here and it's coming through this comb thing, through this comb thing, same thing here. What I would usually do, like I put heat shrink on there just to cable organize these wires together. I would usually make sure that heat shrink fell where it runs through these fingers or through around this corner or something like that. One, I can mold it. I can use the heat shrink and hold it into that shape, and while it cools, it'll mold into that shape. So it kind of helps with cable organization, just like a neat look to my wiring. But two, it provides chafe relief. So as this machine is vibrating and wiggling and whatever it may do, this wire will ever so slightly chafe inside of here. It's going to last a really long time. These cable cones are a little harsher corners, so I would just add a little extra heat shrink for just a little extra protection around the insulation of there. Usually that's how I would wire things. I'm not bothering this time just because I don't want to bog downstream too much with the wiring aspect. So Is there a project you would recommend for expanded learning beyond the Bamboo ecosystem? I'm not 100% what you mean. You've got a Bamboo printer and you want to learn more about other printer projects, I assume? Or like other custom projects. I mean, Vorons in general are very well documented, and there's a lot of support out there for them. And as such, they're usually my go-to recommendation just because the information exists for you to learn from. And that makes it so much easier as a starting point, in my opinion. So if you're looking to learn more, maybe about Clipper, positron is very approachable. We've had a lot of first-time builders enjoy them. I haven't built one yet to say. Nero. Nomad is the positron evangelist, but I can see the fun in this compact. This is why I at least do want to see your streams on electrical parts of the build you do. Okay. Pope Nomad, first of his name, yes. I'd like to deep dive into printing and learning. I'm disabled, so I have little sort of time to learn as much as possible. Okay. Yeah, I mean, do you have good dexterity with your hands? Yeah, as part of your disability, I just wonder. So, like something like a V0, a Voron 0, it's just fiddly. It's annoying to build just because they're fiddly and little. For me, I think like a Voron Trident, it's a really good starting point. It's kind of become my go-to recommendation for a starting place for a DIY printer. Rook. Oh, Rook, there's a solid suggestion. You can print the parts. Yeah, I do. I got PC gamer hands. Okay, cool. Then a V0 wouldn't be out of the question. Rook is a phenomenal first print. Easy, pretty easy. There's a good solid one. There's the Rook kits now from LDO. So that makes sense. I haven't built one personally, but I see the appeal. Okay, so I was able to get those. Pulling the back off the switch was the way, and I can use just a regular screwdriver. Get those onto the emergency switch here. Get that oriented. Wires run through the cable combs. And there we go. Okay. There's emergency switch wiring, especially the Mark I with the all printed frame. Yeah, I would definitely look at the all printed version. V0s are a pain, IMO, so many nuts. I like V0s, but I've built like a half dozen of them at this point, so that's probably why. If you want the positron feel, just turn your printer upside down. Okay. Just quick look. My wiring looks like this. Yep. 2 off of that one, 2 off of that one. Ratrig V-Chunk does look really cool, but you need a 400mm printer to print the parts. I think maybe somebody has already split them into components, so it's not the case, but for the most part, you need a 400mm printer. And that really bogs it down for a lot of people. Understandably. Okay, now we got to do the 24-volt side to the main board and to the breakout board. So these are already cable managed together pretty well with heat shrinking. I don't have a need to do anything more than that with these. Feel a need. There's my LTT screwdriver. Okay. Negative to this side. Thank you for all the advice. Never heard of a Rook printer, so learned something new. Good. Awesome. Yeah, I had to print them on the Neptune 4 Max. Not sure when I'll actually get to build it, though. Yeah. That's the question, isn't it? The ultimate question. When do we have time for all this? I've gone to a low-price electric screwdriver. I have mine here somewhere. You know what? I used to use it all the time, and I kind of moved away from it. I like the control. I like the power of just manually tightening things in. Where's my precision screwdriver now? Desk is becoming a mess. Need a precision screwdriver to get these terminal blocks loosened up. So I can get 24-volt power into this board. Use a pair of pliers, put the terminal in. I personally really like that method. It's like to get these, trying to get these ferrules into the little terminal blocks. I usually hold the ferrule with a pair of needle nose pliers, little ones, and it makes it so much easier to insert them in there nice and straight than trying to like push them in with my fingers. My goal is to get enough knowledge, build a Voron Reaper 2.4. Cool. Nah, that wasn't tight. That wasn't... I didn't get that in there properly. I didn't loosen up the terminals enough before I started in. There we go. I beat up my hands so bad that I need to use an electric screwdriver. Understandable. Mine have their days, for sure. Mine have their days, but I think I probably got out of the trades early enough. Yeah, I say that. I'm not holding breath. I'm sure I'm going to have arthritis and all that. Okay. 24 volts are into the main board. Let's lay this here so it's running through there nicely, through the comb. I was a fighter and a belt and whip maker. My hands are bad. Oof, I do not envy you. I do not envy you. All right, where'd I put that other cable? Oh, 24 volt. Here we go, to the expansion board. Okay. I'm gonna do the same thing here with the pliers to make my life easier to get this terminal onto the power supply. I think after this we might throw the IEC. Gotta go. All right, Julie, thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. I think after this we might throw the IEC plug, the cable in and fire this thing up to check out the firmware stuff. So I don't want to get... I don't know how much further I'm going to make it yet today. We're at, what, 4 hours in? Yeah, we just crossed 4 hours. So, I don't want to go forever. I do really need to get this... Yeah, maybe I should just keep freaking rolling. I've got to get this done. My uncle was a mason for 55 years. He had fingers that made sideways 90 turns. Oof. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, the stuff we do to our bodies, selling ourselves for work. All right. Now into the expansion board. Where's my precision screwdriver that fast? Here it is. Thank you for stopping by, Julie, if you're still here. Appreciate it. As always. All right, now this. Okay. Power to the expansion board, power to the main board. Power supply is hooked up to mains voltage. Our emergency switch is plugged in. We're ready to power this thing up. I think I'm gonna, while I pull out the cord, I'm going to go to this view, but I'm going to switch to the close-up view in case I let any magic smoke out, so we get a good close-up of it. All right, power cable going in. Don't touch the spicy parts. Wow, why is that tight? Oh, that's not recessed in there nicely. This one clip isn't clipping in nicely. It's kind of keeping the IAC cable from plugging in nicely. That's not cool. It's hitting on both sides. No smoke, there's no power yet. I can't get this plugged in because the clips are sticking out. They're not sitting in nicely into this printed part. I think I need to shave just a hair out of that printed part. Or this needs to be pressed in just a bit further. It's not locking in nicely. Yeah, see it just pops right back out. I'm gonna shave just a hair in there to make my life, get it to sit in a little nicer. Like it's not quite right. Could be a tolerance issue with this printed part because this is the one that was a little, while I was tuning in the printer I printed this on, so it's not the best print. Don't mind me just cutting away on a electrical plug connection point. Could also be the bridging in here just being a little funky. Printed stuff. It's a risk you run with printed stuff. I've definitely had these be a tight fit before. This one's just a little Cut off the end and just poke in the wires. There we go. Now you're thinking. Some alligator clips. Why is that not sitting in there nicely? It's just not. It's like this back piece is too thick. The lip where those clips are supposed to clip into is just too thick. So we're not clipping in, which then blocks the plug from plugging in. Not good. All right, don't mind me just shave the heck out of this. Do not love this, but I'm not reprinting this. This is I printed this with very heavy print parameters, so it's a long print. It is a long print. Don't cut myself. Building my Mark IV S and dodging tornadoes. Good luck with that. Must be very difficult to make a house dodge a tornado. I applaud you. Don't mind me, I'm just shaving 3D printed parts. Trying to make a little better fit. Ooh, the tip of this blade broke. That's why it's not cutting quite so nice now. It's amazing what a printed part can do to a steel razor blade. All right, let's see if that fits in there better. Oklahoma, good luck. Oh, that sounded a little better. Nope, still not. Oh. Can I use a screwdriver to force the clips into place? Or smack this thing with a hammer to drive it in just a little bit more? Dang it. I got an idea. I'm going to pull it out. Unplug it from the power strip so it's not plugged in on that end. Pull it out. Plug it in. Then push this in. Hey, that worked. That's what we're going with. Maybe I'll revisit reprinting this part, or I'll never unplug this connector again. Rubber mallet. I know, that was my next step. That was my next step, but that's... Sorry. That seemed to work. Oh yeah, that's in there now. So that's actually acting as a forcing it out. The angle grinder, Ruby has it. Yeah. All right, time to plug this in. Ready, set, flip the power switch. That was the dog flippy floppying. That wasn't the machine. Do we have power? Oh, the emergency switch is off. There we go. Now we got power. Okay. No magic smoke. No magic smoke. Okay, let's jump back to the documentation. E-stop works. Does. Okay, now it's going to create a... Ooh, I'm going to have to go on my phone to do this. I gotta connect to the Wi-Fi hotspot. This is going to generate a Wi-Fi hotspot that I have to jump into to set up the Wi-Fi to my studio Wi-Fi. I'm looking for a Wi-Fi hotspot named Milo, I guess. Doesn't look like it did it yet. Installing RepRap, updating the Wi-Fi module, and starting a Wi-Fi AP can take some time. After powering on the board for the first time, the SD card installed, you should leave the board for 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, that's going to take a lot longer than I expected. We're going to give that a minute then. Okay, what else can we do then? We look back at the instructions and see what else we might be able to do for a moment. We got power to everything here. What's next on the wiring? I'm not going to go plugging anything in just yet, but... Oh, I can actually, because I don't have any motors connected right now, so I probably can. VFD, fans. I got the fan panel. Here's the bottom panel for this thing. Bottom panel for this thing with a couple of fan ports, holes. Interesting. There's no fan for the power supply. I'm going to jump ahead in the instructions a little bit and get to the fans. Just cause. It's not a pressing matter, but... Not a pressing matter, but while this Wi-Fi is working, I'm going to mount these. M410 self-tappers. Cool. Okay. Now the ever so fun peeling paper off acrylic. Oh, almost made it. Almost made it. The fan opening in the middle and the one side screwed me up. Hate peeling paper off acrylic. don't like that sound. I don't know why, but I don't like that sound. Okay, one side. Now second verse, same as the frickin' first. This is why I have my wife peel the panel. She has OCD and it finds it satisfying. I wish Ruby was here. She probably would too. She probably would too. But no, she took the angle grinder and ran. My mom and I are looking at the Milo right now. What's the working volume? It's 340 by 160 by 120. What's she grinding? Probably nothing. They're demolishing the new tattoo studio space. They're doing demo work over there. So realistically, she almost certainly didn't need an angle grinder. She just wanted to take some tools to help out. So I thought, what would I need if I was doing demo work? Maybe an angle grinder? So I sent her with an angle grinder. And a Sawzall. And a sledgehammer. I pulled out the hammer drill, but she didn't take that. I also sent a couple of mini sledges. Ruby's a tattoo artist? Yes. Yes, Ruby is a tattoo artist. Yes, she is. The Ruby Gore. Fan frickin' holes. Okay. Too bad I'm on the East Coast. Yeah. She's going back to Philadelphia this week to tattoo a little more, but yeah. That's just for finishing up clients that she still has outstanding there. Is that how you met? Yeah, technically. We met through my best friend who owned the tattoo shop she was working at the time. Milo, there we go. The Wi-Fi hotspot on this kicked up, so now I can log in. Does she have a specialty? Yeah, like scientific illustration is kind of her specialty. Black and gray line work and like stippling dot work. therubygore.com, but also The Ruby Gore is her Instagram. Incorrect password. I must have fat fingered that. Milo Millennium Machines. Oh, great. It's telling me it's the wrong password. MILLENIUMMACHINES. Join. Wrong password. Something's wrong with the... I'm going to jump on their Discord real quick. Yeah, it's got to be. If I'm running into this, somebody else has. I don't think I have the GitHub page open still. Where's the Millennium Machine? Discord, there we go. The password is... hate that you can't get too specific with searches on Discord. Password. If the username and password details are correct, it could mean weak signal. All right, I'm gonna pull off this panel and get really close to this frickin' join. It's taking longer this time. It's taking way longer this time, but it's still not doing it. Do you do your editing in Resolve? No, I edit in Premiere Pro. Nope, I edit in Premiere Pro. Wow, she's good. Love the Scorpion. Awesome. Thank you. I will tell her you said so. Oh, now the Wi-Fi disappeared. Now the Wi-Fi disappeared. Great. This is a good start. It didn't insert a space between the words, or no. It being a phone keyboard. Yeah, no, I considered that, but it doesn't seem to be doing that, no. But now the Wi-Fi disappeared off this, so I'm going to power cycle it. Yeah, Millennium Machines is what I'm trying. Are there two N's in that? You typed it with two N's. There are two N's. Why are there two N's? Is that the British way of spelling millennium? Am I thinking about the way to spell millennium wrong? That's what it is. It's that there's two N's. Is millennium? Oh my gosh, millennium has two N's. Gray or gray? Or do I just not, have I made it 39 years without knowing how to spell millennium? It looks like I've made it 39 years without knowing how to spell millennium. I'm so used to millennial. Okay. Milo. Okay, let's try that. Then it is. Am I alone in thinking that millennium only had one N? Am I alone in that? It looks like it's connecting properly now. Well, that helps. Well, it's taking a long time to connect, but I haven't had to spell it much. Yeah. Spelling is hard thanks to autocorrect. You're not wrong. We rely on it so much. Why are you taking so long to connect? I don't know how this is supposed to work, actually. I don't know, but I can do this. I don't know, but I can do this from my phone now to think about it. Because I need to pull the IP address off of this to get into it to change the password. But I can't pull an IP address from my phone unless I have an IP scanner app, I guess. Do those exist? Probably. It has an external antenna. I'm like literally right next to it. Probably tells you the IP. If I could look up the IP. The only way to yeah, I don't know. I could easily IP scan it from the computer, but I can't do the computer because we're streaming. So I'm gonna have to do this off stream. Not gonna work. I'm gonna have to do it off stream. Okay, I tried. Back to wiring. Power this thing down. Okay. Misspelling is just artistic license. There we go. Okay, now you have one called Network Scanner. Okay, I could download it, but it was taking a really long time to connect anyway, so I think I'm just gonna have to mess with it off stream. My computer will probably have a better time of it than this is. Look at what IP it gives you and try 0.1. I don't know how to do that on iPhone, to access the IP address on iPhone. Hey, wait a minute. It's showing, did I jump ahead? I think I jumped ahead. Oh, right. I jumped ahead. I should be installing, I think I should be installing the base onto here now. I'm going to keep going with setting up wiring the way I am though, because it's going to be so much easier to do now before I put the rest of the machine on top of this. Okay. Next is the X motor wiring. X-axis wiring. Can you not just delete the HTTPS before the IP address? I'd have to have the IP address. That's the problem, is I don't have the IP address. And I can't get the IP address on my phone at this moment. I couldn't even get connected to the hotspot, is the chief concern. So there's no IP address to get yet. Okay, so X-axis wiring is coming through this hole in the back skirt, travel up through this comb. Then it will, well, let's get to where we're going. I can work backwards from there. We're going to the X-min switch, which is the very last one of these, the end stop switch, last port, and then the last motor port. I haven't put any stepper drivers in yet. Where are the stepper drivers? I don't see them. I feel like there's still a few electrical things I am currently missing. I don't know what the deal with that is. I'm gonna have to clean up and locate them. I mean, stepper drivers aren't gonna be pressing for the moment. You can get IP from the Unify app, but I could from the Unify app for my studio network. The problem is this board isn't connected to my network yet. What we were just doing was connecting to a Wi-Fi hotspot that this is creating, so its own network. And then we can go into it and change the password or connect it to my Wi-Fi. That's what we were doing. And that was the problem. So before you close it up, I would check signal strength on Android. There's an app for that. Cool. Yeah, that's a very good point. I will. Before I get too darn far, like I said, after stream, I will take a look and try and measure signal strength and see how we're doing. Because you're right. I don't want to go buttoning this up if there's an issue here with the antenna or something, because I'm going to be up a creek then. Okay, so routing this cable back through here, through these channels. Boom. Okay. So now our X-axis wire is through. What's next? I don't have the X-axis on, obviously, all of that, so I'm going to stop there for that. But I'm just going to get all the wiring in here done, I think. And then we will put the top on, because it's just going to be easier, I hope. Y-axis. Y motor. Might be a damaged antenna connector, could be. Could be a lot of reasons why it's not working particularly well. I will play with that more. It's just probably going to have to be off stream. What Vorons do you have, and what is your favorite? I've got a couple of Voron Zeros, Voron 2.4s, Voron Trident. My personal favorite is my 2.4. It's not the one I generally recommend to people as their like first build. Why is the Y motor? Oh, the Y motor and the Y limit switch are separate on this one. The Trident is the one I usually recommend for folks as their first. but I personally just, it's a pure personal, like, minor preference thing that I like my 2.4 more. It's not necessarily that it's like a better machine by any means. It's just like I kind of like it better. That's all. There is not much room in this cable thing. It shows you routing all these cables through here, but there is so little room in here. I don't see that happening. I'm going to have to go through it. Okay, now where's my, here's a Y limit switch. Y limit switch. I haven't sent a print to the Soval is sitting quiet. I need to get that thing running. 1 second. Let's send a print to it real quick. Yeah, print. Upload and print. You do your thing. Okay. Now, where do they want the wiring? Oh, God, I opened the App Store. Why is that still on my taskbar? What mods did you put on? I've got a kinematic bed mount on my 2.4, kinematic bed mounts on my Trident. I'm going to be putting beacon probe on both of those. The Trident is a full mod. There's like nothing stock about the Trident. The frame is the only thing stock about the Trident. It's got upgraded motors, 9mm belts, CNC everything. I'm going to CNC everything on the 2.4. I don't need to. I just want to. I've got a touch screen for clipper screen. I adore clipper screen. I hate the click wheel screens that that the stock Voron configuration includes or uses. Personally, I do not like them. All right, Y cable coming through here. The Y limit switch, I should say. And Y limit switch through the back. Those want to fall out of there. I'm going to zip tie a little bit. Grab some zip ties. I'm trying to think. I've got CAN bus on my 2.4 currently. I quite like CAN, but I'm actually, when we do the overhaul of my 2.4 soon, I'm going to the Big Tree Tech USB board. They have a USB board I'm going to be trying. Another thing to try is to update the firmware OS. I've been caught out on other machines where the credentials have changed. Best of luck. Yeah, because it's rep firmware, I'm unfamiliar. It's not just editing a WPA supplicant like it would be in Clipper / Linux. So I will play with it after stream. Thank you for the input. BTT USB, which one? Their Stealth Burner board. I'm still running a Stealth Burner on the Voron 2.4. So I'm going to get rid of the EBB 2209 CAN board and put in the USB board. Just because I want to try something different. And that's actually been really reliable with CAN, but I'm not a huge fan of CAN. So I'm looking forward to trying that board out. Putting a few zip ties in here to clean up some of the wiring I've already done. As I continue forward, it'll just make my life easier to not be fighting around wires. Still waiting for the Nighthawk 36 re-release. Yeah, I've got a Nighthawk 36 here that I'm going to use on the Trident build, and I'm hoping is good, but I don't know. I want to put a Nighthawk 36 on another project, but I'm waiting. Do you have a VZ bot? No, I don't currently have a VZ bot. I'm supposed to have a VZ bot kit on the way, but I don't know for sure. So hopefully I'll be building a VZ bot before the end of the year, but I don't currently have one. I thought Nighthawk was the USB board to get. Yeah. I mean, that's what a lot of people like. What I don't like about Nighthawk, what I don't like about the Nighthawk USB board on the Stealth Burner version is the connector comes out of the back for the USB connection. So it's got to make like a loop off the back of the board. I don't like that. The Stealth Burner board, let me grab it. The Big Tree Tech Stealth Burner board is basically their CAN board, but with USB connectivity instead. It's got a few other minor changes. It's a different shape for one, but the connector comes out of the top. So I had crazy timer too close issues and had to reduce clipper timer constraints. Took weeks to diagnose. I ran into that when I first set up my my CAN on the Stealth Burner. I had that same problem, and it took me round and round in circles till I got it worked out. It's been reliable, but I'm worried that with Clipper, you're always one update away from a nightmare. You always have that next update that could kick in and change something, and then you're deep in config hell trying to figure out what changed. I love Clipper, but I also don't. Oh, this was for the Nighthawk. I ran into a bunch of CAN issues, but that wasn't that. Oh, well, that's a problem that I ran into with CAN. Really? Timer too close issues on USB as well. Weird. I thought that was exclusively down to the baud rate on CAN. Weird as hell. Gotta love when you find the outlier problems. That's why I run Time Capsule Clipper. I don't update. I may have a bad board, but I don't know. Is it a Nighthawk 36? Or the Nighthawk SB? The original Nighthawk SB, yeah. All right, got a handful of zip ties in there, clean things up a little bit, just to give me a little more breathing room in here. I can see one or two more spots to put zip ties. I zip tie the heck out of everything. That was Helga was helping me diagnose my rat rig and was like, let me see the tool head. I want to make sure you don't have wiring rattling. I sent him a picture and he's like, no, you've got enough zip ties. Yeah. It is zip tied to hell. It looks like Pinhead came through and tortured it with zip ties. Why did you stop reviewing Voron kits like the Seabore Trident? One, I stopped doing reviews. Reviews are far, 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 far too time intensive for the return on investment. They take me weeks to do between building, testing, running. Like the printer kit reviews are a little easier because I don't really do print quality when it comes to that because that's all down to tuning. But car community and zip ties, yeah. It's still very time intensive and the videos just don't pay back. This is how I make a living and I just can't make a living doing it that way. Especially having to buy the kits. Seabore doesn't like me anymore. I have not spoken to Seabore in like over a year. After my last review of their V0.2 kit, they lost my number because I was critical again because they had problems again. And yeah, they lost my number. So they don't send me kits anymore. So I got nothing to review from them. All right, Z motor wiring now. Lost the bolt out of my alternator on my AE86 Zip tie tensioner, you bet. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Z now. Z limit goes to the Z min. And then Z motor is the third motor position. Got me from Tahoe to SoCal. Hey, can't argue with that. Can't argue with that. Results are results. Got you home. That's what matters. That's what matters. All right. Z is in position. Now I've got to go one more step out here. What speed and accel boost should I expect when switching to a 48 volt in my Trident all-wheel drive? I can't answer that. I cannot say. I need your Milo video done yesterday to sell my mom on one. Yeah, well, it's going to be a minute. I'm going to get this build done, but I don't think I'm going to have a video on it for quite some time. I've got way too many other things on the pipeline for the rest of the year. So, unfortunately, I do not foresee that. Not right now. All right. We are Z run. Surely just get her flowers. Nomad, Mama Nomad is more refined than that. My mom is a maker. Get it from her. All right. All right, mainboard to expansion board. We got a VFD ENA. Goes from this last port. Sorry, not. Jake, welcome in, Jake. Wait for Smurf. Well, Nomad will be at Smurf, so. All right, now we're going from there to an ENA port. Which is the ENA port? Looks like this one. Duck this through this cable chain just cause. What? PWM in goes to this port. And then where on the board? VFD speed. Where's the port for this? I don't see a 5-pin port to plug this into. Do I have to unpin this? Oh, of course, I'm right off camera for you folks. So this 5-pin connector is showing as being in this 3-pin port. So I'm gonna have to depin this and repin it, I guess. That's funky. I may have an old 1.5 you can fit in your luggage. All right. I don't generally jump right to depinning, but it's looking like what I got to do here. Where's my, there we go, my favorite depinning tool. I doubt American Airlines will let me fly back with a Milo. Hey, you don't know till you ask. You don't know until you ask. I'm gonna go grab a fresh blade. These blades look like crap. 1 second. Oh, I don't know what's up with this wire being different. than what the guide is showing, unless there's been an update since I got mine, which is possible, but that no, it's the same board. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Ah, Pip, stepped on Pop. Why is my button, oh gosh. Okay. I just want to quadruple check. Jake, are you aware? This picture of the instruction picture shows this VFD speed plugging into one of these end stop ports. It looks like maybe Y max. Oh, is it going to the BL touch port? Is it using the before I depin it? Yep, it's going to the BL touch port. But it doesn't show which way it's keyed, does it? Ah, it does. Okay. Never mind. Before I screw it up. Save me from myself. All right. Yeah. I was confused there. So, there were two of us very confused. All right, so this goes to the BL touch port. I was confused because there's a JST connector on the end of this plug. So I'm like, there's no JST 5-pin on this entire board. Why? But they're just using that because it's the right pin pitch spacing. A mildly odd choice, but it works. A mildly odd choice, but it works. Okay. Helps if I look at... Okay. I'm going to say this. I said it numerous times on the rat rig build, and I've said it with Persia before too. I hate instructions this way. This is LDO's stuff that's this way. I hate instructions like Dozuki instructions purely because of this. It's like, okay, here's the image when you get to this section, but you need to click this image. Then you need to click this image, then you need to blow this image up to see what's going on here. Like, it's so easy to miss that third image, even the second image, which here the second image is almost identical to the first, so not exceptionally helpful. Yeah, so I don't love that. It's easy to miss really critical context by not clicking that next picture. Okay, expansion board to VFD. Which is me not looking at the instructions well enough. But, yeah. If I could remove all JST connectors in the world and replace them all with screw terminals, fair. I don't know that I would do that, but I can understand. I can understand. Okay, so now we've got this cable coming through the back up to some of the screw terminals, speaking of, on the side of this thing, on this expansion board. So we've got relay out, relay 2, and relay 1. But we want relay 1. Okay. I need a R out. I need orange and brown going to relay 1. Foreshadowing. Your own board for the next iteration, am I hearing? The instructions are pretty good overall. It's just those things I find personally confusing. Like, the instructions for this are overall really solid. That's just a personal gripe that I don't care for that type of instruction design. I'm sure plenty of people would disagree with that. I don't know. All right, one of those is connected in. Now the brown cable going into the other screw terminal. Maker Viking in the house, been a member for 7 months now. Thank you so much for the support, Maker Viking, and welcome in. Our own board. Who said that? Hint, hint, wink, wink. No, no, we're not doing that. I don't know what you're talking about. There's that new rodent board from Big Tree Tech. I had started to wonder, hey, RH3D, welcome in as well. Thank you for stopping by. There's that new rodent board from Big Tree Tech for the rat rig mill that I was wondering if you wouldn't integrate into the system, but yeah, into this ecosystem. But I'd imagine that, I don't know, what firmware does the rat rig run? I don't even know. I haven't really talked to them about it. I kind of felt bad. They were like, you know, trying to show off the rat rig at mill at Rocky Mountain. And I was like, yeah, I'm building an LDO Milo, so I'm sorry. I really just don't even have the space in my head. They were co-developed, so similar. Oh, okay. It's meant exclusively for Linux CNC. Oh, okay. Does that mean that this is going to be moving to Linux CNC as I had kind of hoped or had considered looking at direction-wise? I feel like I know we've discussed this before, but I forget because brain stuff. Okay. Now those expansion board connections are done. Let me look at. Make sure I'm not missing the next pictures. Nope, that looks good. Think I got those in the right terminals. Tool setter wiring. All right, I'm going to run the wire for it despite the fact that I misplaced the tool setter. Unless, do I not have it? Oh, is the tool setter wiring in the tool setter kit? That would make sense now, wouldn't it? Oh, there's the drivers I was missing. Put the stepper drivers in while I'm here. It's so strange to just see 3 stepper drivers. I haven't seen so few in so long. I was looking at a main board the other day with 4 on it, and I was like, wow, that's cute. That's cute. Tell Jason it's R&D for the posse. Yeah. Heatsink on a stepper driver. Oh, why are you not? Oh, wow. The paper backings on this heatsink did not peel off nicely. On the thermal pad. All right. One in. One in. Now heatsink. Weird thermal pads on these. Whoop. I just need to angle up, but let's zoom out a little bit. Yeah, unfortunately Jason can't just give everything I'm sure he would like to. Completely understandable. Okay. And last stepper driver with the last heatsink on it. Cool. Okay. Put another zip tie on this. Got another zip tie to add. More zip ties. Linux CNC is more industrial, but harder to set up firmware-wise, and hardware-wise, it's not exactly newbie-friendly. It matters a lot for the machine like the Milo, totally. Still looking at expanding RepRap firmware and by extension Millennium OS, because it's just easier to set up and use, we think. But we're also looking into Linux CNC. Cool. Yeah, I did opt for the Millennium OS version of your... Oh, maybe, Jake, before you got in here, I got the firmware on the board, but I was having a heck of a time getting it to connect, but I was using my phone to try and connect to it to reset the password, or to set to my Wi-Fi, and then I realized, oh, getting the IP address and everything's going to be a bitch. It just wouldn't connect. My phone wouldn't anyway. I'm going to have to use a computer after stream, but it was being weird. Yeah, I don't know if it was signal strength issue or what. I'm going to have to look at that. But I'm sure I'll probably, if I continue to have issues, I will hit you up. Oh, my stomach is angry. I didn't eat lunch, and I've been going a lot longer than I expected to be going. We're coming in on almost 5 hours of streaming now. This whole not caring about overlapping with Steve today is going for a long time. All right, tool setter wiring. I don't see my tool setter wiring, so VFD power cable. Is that in with the VFD, I assume, or no? It's here. Okay. Yeah, tool setter wiring is not in this box. Cool. It doesn't like phones during setup. Cool. That's kind of what I needed to know. Thank you. That's kind of what I needed to know. All right, so my power wires for the VFD, which is the box that's actually going to control the spindle. I'm coming in the back, through here. That's not long enough, I don't think. Maybe a little long. Let's just connect this and then we'll go into that block. Nope, I'm going to go the other end of it. Closer to what I'm trying to get to. Into that part of the Wago. I'm a Neanderthal and expect structural motion with anything except structural motion. Cool, I will talk to 9 Mile if I have issues. If I have issues, I will hit up 9 Mile. Okay, VFD power, now VFD ground. All right, now get this into here, and I think, no, I can't. I can design a positron, but for the life of me, I can't tune one. Yeah, well, these things happen. Things happen. It's a hard part for a lot of people, I think, is tuning. Okay. I think we are ready to flip this. I'm not going to worry about the fans that I was working on. I got to find my tool setter stuff. I don't know what I did with that. Somewhere in this mess, I lost them. So I think we're going to flip this, and we are going to get this thing assembled to look like a freaking mill. Before you know it, it's going to be looking like a mill. Okay, disaster of a workbench right now. I haven't been able to do any cutting on my Milo in over a year. Oh boy. Okay, VFD power cable, wire ducts, blah, blah, blah. Not worried about any of that for right now. So back to the Milo dedicated instructions. All right, table assembly. Oh, I jumped ahead. Okay, yeah. Where's the... Z-axis assembly. Where in the instructions does the Z meet the base? I'm missing that. Table assembly. Yeah, it shows TPU feet, it shows the base, but it doesn't show attaching the column and the X, Y, and Z to the base. What are your plans for the Milo? Quite a few things. Well, I don't know. It really depends on how I do. Okay, it's in the wiring after you button up the base. Okay, totally reasonable. Cool. Error. What are my plans for the Milo? I'd like to design my own rat rig machined tool head for the tube that doesn't lose any Z-axis build volume. The current flat plate one loses a few millimeters of build volume, like 5 millimeters, I think. I want to not lose millimeters. So I'd like to make a tool head for the rat rig, for the tube. I'm going to install the tube with the flat plate for now, but down the road, I would like to do that. I'd love to, I've got a CNC Voron 2.4 all-wheel drive build that I would like to do, and I'd like to just machine my own pieces for it. I could buy them, but if I can machine them, why not? You know, maybe eliminate some of the printed parts that are involved, or I don't want to lose 1% of my build volume. Hey, if you had a 500 millimeter machine, would you not want all 500 millimeters of it? Huh? Huh? I got jokes to go with that, but I'm gonna not. I know my dad would have a joke to go with that. I'm sure of that. I use all 500. I intend to use all 500. Yeah, I intend to use all 500. It's not the size, it's what you do with it. No, I might as well. Screw it. Who cares? My dad's joke would be, take that 1% and add it on the end of your dick and tell me it doesn't matter. That was always his joke when we were working on job sites when cutting lumber for projects, because he's a contractor, construction worker. So building a house, somebody would come to him with a board cut a 1/4 inch short, and they hand it to him like, it's no big deal. And he'd look at it and go, it's 1/4 inch short. Like, whatever, it's not a big deal. He'd look at him and say, put that 1/4 inch in the end of your dick and tell me it doesn't matter. Okay. We're far enough into the stream, advertisers don't care. You're right. At least he didn't tell you to remove it. Yeah. I always leave like a 10 millimeter margin just in case. Yeah, I want all the build volume I can get out of things, you know? Why not? So I want all the build volume I can get out of machines. Like, why not? If I'm paying for it, I want it. Yeah, well, I didn't pay for it. Thank you, RatRig, for sending the RatRig VCore 4 500 kit. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Okay, it's time to get the column on this thing. It's time to get our base. There's our base. Here is our base that we're about to make a milling machine out of. All the wires hanging out of the back of it now. Oh, there we go. Make sure it actually sits on the bench. It's just to the edge. 5 months later, listen here. You're right. So that's it. That's all I got. All right. Yeah. Here we go. Let me just switch that. Ugh. Somewhere Maude bought us cheering. Yeah. Yeah, I talked to him this week, and we're gonna figure out getting our final stream up and running. So I talked to him this week, and we're gonna figure that out. Good timing. I want to get this. I think we're gonna get this mounted, and we'll probably call it there because I need to go eat something. He's on a plane to China. Oh, I forgot he's on that, isn't he? He's headed to that. I'm glad that worked out. I'm glad that worked out. They approached me as well, and they ended up going with Daniel, and I'm not upset about that. Hello all, interested in seeing the Milo completed. My spawn is trying to bully me into needing one. I wonder who that would be. I wonder who that would be. I do believe we have Mama Nomad in the chat. So, where did I just put the frickin' the 90s? Ah, here they are. There's a couple of them. Guess he got his visa yesterday. Yeah, he was really coming down to the wire on that visa thing. They really took their sweet time about organizing all of that. That was part of the thing. I quoted them a pretty steep amount that I would want to go because it was just so last minute that I would have to like shirk other responsibilities to go. So yeah, I really wanted to do it, but way too much. Where are there only 2 of these 90s? Where are the rest of them? I swore there were more of these. I only see 2 at the moment. I got a mess going on here and it is not helping me. Welfare check on Mr. Mandic, 5-hour stream. I know. I am very hungry. That's the welfare check. Thank you for the consideration. I'm hungry. I'm definitely jumping off stream and eating lunch after this. That is for sure. All right, roll-ins. M5x8s and roll-ins. You're gonna make chips today? No way. No way. I wish, but no way. I think we're gonna get this column, the top attached to the base, and we're probably gonna call it there. Just because I need to eat as much as anything. The kind of chips you eat, yeah, that's what I'm gonna make. His chips are only if we switch to a cooking show. Yeah. I'll do chips then. I could do chips, fries, whatever you want to call them, or I'm not too picky right now. I'm just hungry. I'm eating tacos as we speak. Envious. I think we might be doing tacos for dinner. Not sure. It depends how. We'll see how Ruby does. We've got a list of things we're trying to eat healthier. So we got a list of stuff on the menu, and I made all my dishes for the week, and she needs to get on hers. She hasn't been feeling well the last day or two, so we'll see how she does with this demo day. God, this roll-in is fighting me. Some of these roll-ins fit awful in here. I could do seitan wings. I could too. Hail seitan. I could really go for some seitan wings. I might end up ordering food before this stream is over. Guys, not helping. Nobody's helping. I prefer not to spend the money, but I am hungry. Cooking and 3D printing channel. Come on. Oh, I see where the other ones are. They're over there. Yay! I was concerned. For a minute, I couldn't find the other 90 degrees I need here. someone order takeout and have it delivered. Thank you, but I would have to dox myself to do that. I appreciate that, but my luck, it would be a SWAT team delivering my my food. All right, that's there. Jake, I assume it looks like in the instructions that I just push the column, like this whole base, all the way to the front, and that's that. Kind of seems to make sense. All right, one in. Moji 3D coming in with the super chat for the takeout fund. Thank you very much. Y motor hangs over a bit, but it's fine. I'm running Steve's bumper, back feet, and VFD bumper, so that's a non-issue for me. 5th super chat of the live. Let's celebrate. It's telling me this. Oh, I think because... Really? No, that doesn't make any sense. Did I miss other super chats? No, the other ones were membership messages. That's why. That's not how that works, YouTube. Oh snap, it really has been 5 months. It has indeed. 5-month membership with Nomad. Thank you very much for the support. Time does fly. I feel like I've been streaming this 5 months indeed from Thunder Keys. Yeah, I feel like I've been streaming for ages and only minutes at the same time. Both today for 5 hours now and in general. So, yeah. I want to say Jake England coming in with the 6th super chat of the live. That's a great super chat message. Thank you, Jake. Hobo Banana, 5 months. Amateurs, 7 months for Hobo Banana. What was I going to say? Dang it, I forget. Whew, this rolling is tight. Dang it. I forget what I was going to say. Broken. My brain broke. Oh, I remember what it was. 5 minutes. Can we gift her a sub? I wish there was a way to like gift directly a sub. Like, I do wish that was a thing. So like, you know, Patreon patrons or something I could gift subs to. I feel like that should be a thing that I have the power to do at the very least. But I don't run YouTube, so. And they want their cut, understandably. Where was I going to say? Dang it. I forgot again. I remembered, then I forgot. Oh, we are definitely reaching the end of stream. Brain no worky, yeah. Oh, it was less than a year ago that I was having a conversation with Nero about how he live streams more than he makes videos. And how, like, I found it weird and, like, it worked for him, but I couldn't really see it working for me. And, like, you do you kind of thing. And here we are. I do it all the time now. Big Beefy Mando coming in with the Takeout Fund edition with the Super Chat. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Y'all are helping out on the lunch fund. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right. A couple more of these 90s in here. I don't plan on making videos like ever. I do the streams for fun to help me finish my projects. I mean, that's why I started doing it. I know I've said that numerous times. I started doing it to have a reason to work on the projects I just couldn't make time for otherwise. So many projects that I wanted to get to, but I just could never make time when I was making videos that I can justify, well, I stream it. So here we are. streams help force ADD brain finish something. Yeah, absolutely. That's also absolutely a thing. Y'all are my, all of you are my accountability buddies. You are my accountability buddies, keeping me on track and getting things done and building stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Nomad streams late on the East Coast, so for you, Jake, you're asleep. For me, it's the middle of the day. Not very UK friendly, yeah. Yeah, that is a thing. I mean, I should be asleep by now. What time is it over there? I don't even know. I know I start streams early in the morning because it's the best I can do for EU and UK folks, but y'all are lucky that it was daylight savings time today. It really helped. I would not have gone as long as we have had it not been. 10 p.m., I guess. 10 p.m., oh, okay. Oh yeah, so you got to go to work tomorrow. That makes sense. I would love to build a Voron to get more into tinkering side of 3D printing. The most I've gotten to modifying is my Anycubic Neo on Clipper. Cool. I mean, yeah, I definitely think that building a Voron is an excellent way to build and learn your skills, both with Clipper, with DIY project stuff. That's the wrong size screw I think I just grabbed. "22 p.m. over in Portugal. I'm okay for 2 more hours." Yeah, I'm usually up. I was up till 1 a.m. last night, so. Start work early. Understandable. Understandable. I don't get to bed till, I don't get to sleep till 1 a.m. most days anymore. 1 a.m. is my my time that I pretty much tap out these days. Why is this one not fitting down through here? 11 p.m. in Belgium, but I only got to sleep like 2 to 3 a.m., so keep going. Catch you later. All right, Jake, thank you for your help. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. Have a good one. All right. All right, couple more roll-ins, a couple more angles, and we will have a assembled base unit of our Milo. Couple away from assembled, physically assembled. And we got a spindle to put in. I don't know when that part of the process comes in, but we will figure that out. Maybe we'll, I don't know, we'll see. I'm real hungry, but determined to make it to the end tonight. Yeah. I had hoped to get this finished, but I don't. We had a few too many hiccups, I think, to get it as far as I would have liked to have. Starting to look like a unit. It is. It is. Ow. Something dug under my fingernail. Ouch. All right. One of these in the central point. Next stream we'll be making chips? Yeah, probably. I don't know. I might stop short of making chips. We shall see. Alan, quick one. I'm a Patreon member. Is that a better return for you or worth switching to YouTube memberships? Thank you very much for asking, Scotty, and thank you very much for the support. Patreon is better. I personally, for me. If you're going to keep going, please grab a bite. You're right. I can't keep going. I'm going to need to grab something to eat. So, and a snack's not going to suffice. I only had a bowl of cereal so far today. So I need to be an adult. But yeah, thank you for asking. For me, Patreon is better. And that's largely, it wouldn't really be that much of a difference, except I've been on Patreon so long that I'm grandfathered in to, and that's where I really wish I could grant Patreon members, memberships over here, even if it's just the dollar tier or something, just to like signify and appreciate the support and whatever across whatever platforms. Because I've been on Patreon for so long that I'll decide after he eats. But I already ate. Do I have to eat my vegetables? I'm vegan, so does that matter? Everything I eat is a vegetable, technically. Christmas is coming up. Okay, well, my bed's in the way now, but I just did that. Let's put a handle on. Let's put a wheel on. I've been on Patreon for so long that I'm grandfathered into a better tier on Patreon where I receive decent processing fees, better processing fees. So for me, Patreon is a pretty good system, or a good place. All right. Is that a good fit? I'm going to work on, let me adjust the other angle real quick. I'm going to put one of these handles on so I can move the Y-axis better. All right, I got this hub on. The hub goes on. Let's be clear, I mostly do wood engraving. This is Nomad acting like I need it when really it's him who needs it. Shock and awe. I am shocked by that. All right, there's our handle. Now I got to put a bunch, this takes like a bunch of M3 by 10 screws in the face. A bunch of them. Do I have? Looking for screws that I've got here. I want to put black ones in there. I'm running low on black hardware currently. M3x6s, M3x6s. I am running low on M3 hardware. Not M3 hardware, I've got boatloads of that. I'm running low on black M3 hardware in particular. I had a box of hardware here from a Trident build left over. I don't know what I did with it. Oh, all right, wait, this is LDO, this is V0 stuff. This might have it. This might, oh, hey, I need those. Standoffs. I learned it from you, Ma. Oh boy. I don't have enough M3x10s, I don't think. I think it's supposed to be M3x10s. Let me look at Steve's instructions. I'm looking at Steve's, might as well share your screen with you. Steve's hand wheels is what I'm using on this project. The hand wheels for moving the gantry, yeah, he uses M3x10s. Okay. Okay. M3x10s. 5 M3x10s into, okay, wrong bench, wrong picture, into the front of this. these M3x10s, there's 5 holes around the perimeter of this hub that just like lock this handle in place. Surely Nomad needs a new X tool though. Do we want to talk about my X tool P2 laser? That's going to be living very close to this one. Please don't mount a CNC upside down. Don't you tell me what to do. My mom was literally looking at an X tool. Yeah, the area of the shop where this is going to live, the P2 X tool, the X tool is going to be right next to it. This is threading into plastic, so this is really tight. Lack of space, yeah, I get that. I currently have it set up on top of one of my toolboxes, yeah. I don't like where it is located. It works, but... All right. We have been all over the place with this build. All over the place. I think we are finally home stretching it. For today, anyway. Switch to the bigger LTT screwdriver to drive these in the last bit. Hello from France. Welcome in, Cheese McBaguette. The build is going well. The build is going well. Hit plenty of hurdles and speed bumps, but we're almost there. We're almost there. All right. Okay, our first handle is on. Cool. I needed to be able to get to this underneath here to this 45 that I installed in here. Let's see if I got that centrally located. Pretty much. Cool. Let me double check that. It's darn near perfect. And I just randomly placed that. It's like 1 millimeter off. I'm taking it. It's like 1 millimeter off, but I will take it. All right. Okay. Okay, that's on. there. So close to done for today. All right, let's check the position of that. $20.5. Who doesn't love Carrie? Everybody does. I bet he's not even giving you a positron. Oh boy. Stirring up the pot over here. Stirring the pot over here. I tried giving my mom my A1. Was that before or after the recall? Technically, Ruby has a P1S, but nah. He's not taking me to the UK either, oh boy. We are all kinds of getting Nomad in trouble in here. I haven't heard an Anthony yet. I haven't seen an Anthony call out yet, so like, we're probably doing okay. We're literally in the same room. Okay, so she's just yelling Anthony at you in the room. I love my P1S. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a upgrade video on the P1S soon. I'm going to build the ultimate P1S. Don't call me Tony, she hates that. It's like, don't call me Al. And do not call me Al. My name is Alan. Thank you very much. Go Birds! Yeah. How many how many political ads are there during the Eagles a day like today? Probably so freaking many. I know my phone won't stop blowing up with messages from Pennsylvania. Ultimate P1S video would be awesome. I'd probably copy with mine. Cool. Going for the world stream record today. Nah. We're only... That has been set well beyond my capability. That is a young person's game. I am not that young anymore. We're only 5.5 hours in. My record, I think my record is 6. I think we did 7 on the rat rig one day. I think we did 7 on the rat rig one day. I forget. All right. We've got a moving motion system. Cool. Cool. All right, folks. I think that is where I'm going to call it for today. We've got the Milo. Yeah, that's a beast. We got the Milo set up without the spindle, even. I could technically do manual milling now. You're not right. You're not wrong. Until I put the spindle in. Kind of wrong, but yeah. So, all right, folks. I'm going to figure out ASAP when I can stream again. I need this thing done. I need this done so I can get it off the bench and out of the way because I've got so many sponsor obligations for the rest of the month that I've really got to get to. And right now, I've really got to eat lunch. So, Thank you. Thank you everybody for, excuse me. Thank you everybody for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. Everybody who's been here for 5 hours, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the stream. Awesome. Thank you, folks. 1 second. I've got to get the outro queued up. Let me make a quick change and we'll get the outro queued up. And just get the second camera position for the outro. All right. Nope. We get both of them in. Okay. All right, folks. We are calling it for today. I think Gene has the right idea. Gene has the right idea right now. So I will see you folks in the next one. Thanks you for coming around. Thanks for hanging out. And bye-bye.